Hello, hello. Woo, wah, ah, no, I have it on another screen. It's coming through. No? Okay. That does weird noises. I apologize. We're back with Higurashi. Last time, finished up to chapter 9, where everything's starting to get more and more weird and suspicious. Like Rena standing outside the room for an hour while we talk to the cop, and us getting a needle in Mochi. Now, I'm just going to defend possible non everybody's crazy conspiracy theory, which is to say, on the day where this kind of started, first the main character, well, he said it, he didn't sleep well and he slept in the class, so he was catching an actual cold, being sickly, a bit dazed. Then he went to the cop who made him paranoid, and he was in a freezing car. So when he went back with Rena, he might have already been kind of dazed, and we might have not actually seen how what Rena said was being said. Like, tone can change all the meaning of a uh, sentence by a lot. Like, you're a liar when the you're a liar, she exploded close up sentence. Very different. It says, you're a liar. Similarly, you can make a similar excuse for when Mion and Rena came. They could have just like, oh, huh, what you do for lunch? He was like, and he read too much into it, like, oh, what did you do for lunch? And stuff like that, you know? What else? There's something else I'm forgetting about that is suspicious. But the problem with this is Rena standing outside the room for an hour listening in on the main character. Hard to, not think it's crazy. Though, it's possible. Rena came in, stood outside the room like, oh, he's talking about us, was hurt and, left not to listen, and then eventually just left the house. The needle in the mochi is also kind of hard, but we assumed it's a needle in Rena's mochi, but it might have been in the grandmother's. Grandmothers, in this kind of rural places, do sewing and stuff like that. If she's really old, maybe she misplaced a needle. As much as that doesn't really seem likely, doesn't necessarily mean, you know, everybody's out to get our main character. So each time this happens, he's being kind of more paranoid, and the cop really isn't helping it. So for now, I'm saying no, our friends are not in a conspiracy trying to shut us up and threatening us. We are just being super paranoid. We seeing the perspective of a super paranoid character. But yeah, the village is suspicious as shit. I cannot see how what happened to. I always forget his name. Camera guy, could have been anything but murder, suicide. It also can be anything but suicide. How it cannot involve something really fucked up with the village. But it doesn't have to be, our friend group. Though I certainly do believe it's at least in some way connected. Anyway, let's go. Continue from this tap. That's beginning of chapter 10. I forgot to save while on the chapter 9 end screen. Tap. sound of muffled footsteps stood in front of the door to my room. Moment of silence, as if whoever they belonged to was asserting if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, continued on with my restless slumber. Was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet, even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door. It was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, there was sheer terror. Please just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? They come into my room right now, then. Ah! Ah! I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Whoa! Keiichi? What's the matter? Sorry. Was still half asleep. But I was still 1 or 2 a.m. But the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. Felt nothing like morning. Yesterday I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of sleep. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up. My sense of balance felt off. Felt feverish, though enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? Felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if it had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as me swallowing a needle. Meaning, I don't even want to believe it, but going that far, just a threat from Rena and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take the medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. It wasn't really physically ill. It would be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get on up. They say wellness is a state of mind. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having a perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than anyone. Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Rena-chan comes and gets you. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? I was gonna say, is she gonna grill him about that? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs, as she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, I'd hate if you missed school tomorrow. Come back and dwelt in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? I didn't really have time to really think about it. I doubled the release. She was saying, don't be absent. Taking it a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Oishi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All the misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost certainly just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could. I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me what mistakenly broken some rules of theirs a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying if I just forget everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi, your food is going to get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Rena will be here if you don't hurry. I'm coming. Guessing he's going to try to forget it all. And then, well, something's gonna happen. He's gonna go paranoid again. Crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked at my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next few minutes. I need to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Rena. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong! I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. The chimes signaled that Rena had arrived. Mom hurried me along. Come on, Rena-chan's already here. Hurry, hurry! My mother's merry smile and gloomy face were the polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena. Was waiting on the other side of the door. Rena on the other side was the Rena I knew. Couldn't keep her waiting. I need to do the things as usual. Good morning. An invigorated greeting filtered in from across the doorway. I came since Keiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today? I wonder. The manner in which Rena was concerned was, without a doubt, the Rena I knew. Dude, I don't think there is a difference between the two, but sure. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. I'm bad at words. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their deaths, the terminal illness, suicide, the fatal beatings, and the disappearances. Forget it, forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course, forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi too. Forget. Rena once again asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great! Then let's go. Michan is waiting. Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. I was scared when the music disappeared for a second. But you see, Satoko-chan was so insistent she couldn't do it. She could do it. As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual. Then, Satoko-chan is clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. Oh, she was so cute. Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of the neighbors and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi and Rena-chan, aren't you two a bit late today? Mion-chan said she was going on ahead. Uh-oh, did Mi-chan look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun. After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Keiichi-kun smiled. Huh? What? Rena stopped and stared at me. I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from a cold since you seemed down this morning. Keiichi-kun, but now you seem fine. Fine. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Mibara. How can you still doubt Rena after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagine everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. Uh-oh, the game brought up the thing I said. Oh no. I really hope that was the case. God would grant me just one wish. There's only one thing I'd wish for. I would want what had happened in the last few days, more specifically from night of the Watanashi up until last night, wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wished for this in the past few days. Oh, oh no, I have a bad feeling. As long as Rena kept on smiling like that, I think I might just become reality. Uh, I know how Umineko does episodes, and I know there's multiple episodes. I believe it's episodes, maybe talks in Higurashi, and I was wondering how they're gonna justify it because I got a feeling each episode's gonna end in a way that you can't really continue forward. So are they just gonna reset from day one and things are gonna be different? Or like just Keiichi wished for, gonna reset from the day of the Watanagashi. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. It's okay, Keiichi-kun. Uh-oh. 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 Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? The vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The Rak's morning mood suddenly became frigid. And her smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Of course, she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Ren was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Keiichi-kun was reluctant to give an answer. Ren stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi Maibara. Rena was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I need to respond in the usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed, but still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. De... De... Rena playfully mimicked what I had said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seemed there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious. Oh, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo throughout the morning. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. I see. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. So did you eat all of them, I wonder? My twin smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing this sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. Was scared out of my wits, but that's how it played. Huh? What about the homework to see if you could tell which one was random? Right. That homework was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Mi-chan will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. We both laughed at each other. For a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think I was just the usual morning routine. Was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rena. Lies! Recalled the unexpected, piercing words that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Oishi told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her. Before Yugo-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through the school building and broke all the windows. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, the fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all the windows all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no attention to the flying shards. Nice CG. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Smash. Walk, wind up, smash. Walk, wind up, smash. It's difficult for me to connect the horrifying image with Rena smiling at me right now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible, because it was unimaginable. But that naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant piercing sound of shattering glass, the crunching noise as Rena threads across the broken shards walking toward me. Rena's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. They earnestly tried to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would be the next window. Rena started staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. Was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over, like I was one of those windows. Crunched down the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Jealously, she hit me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Expression was indifferent. It was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, it didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound when I wanted didn't come out. Classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we were hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually, there would be a faint sound similar to when you cracked open a walnut, and some sort of reddish black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. Forcing myself to breathe and calm down my heart, called what Oishi-san told me. In the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rena-san. It showed up, and quite a bit of that. What does? She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. It seemed that Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow looking down at her. There was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture. It was by no means a happy little conversation. Then, what did Rena? What Rena did? Was she saying the ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oshiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't really want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say that the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that deaths were the work of men and not some curse. Except if it was people perpetuating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe that those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved with the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oshiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oshiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it is. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oshiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oshiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew this was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oshiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice, accepting that Oshiro-sama's curse existed, or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in a string of mysterious deaths. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, sorry, I'd be able to continue the same way as always. I wanted to believe that. But that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning of to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponent were human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I as if I would just bend over and give in. For no good reason at all. That was a long ass internal monologue, my dude. Heichi-kun, you've been making a really weird face. Why, I wonder, I wonder. Inhaling sharply upon seeing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. Each time the music cuts off, my heart jumps. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Oh ho ho ho! How befitting for the truant Keiichi-san. Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Rena. Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan. Not quite in the mood for it. I really didn't react to Sadako's trap. Sadako braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently. Ooh, what is this? How discouraging indeed. Keiichi doesn't seem back with his usual self yet. Yeah, take it easy on him for today, okay? Suddenly there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Mion? Hey, Kei-chan, did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was full with stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember Keiichi? That hawkish gaze from yesterday? Yeah, morning. What's with that energetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you? I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over. What about the homework? Do you have an answer for which one was Rena's? Keiichi-kun said he forgot his homework. Sheesh. Then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. Me. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchange that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, Anyone listening to a conversation up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Mebara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. I have to wonder, why was it that the first, I don't know, 3, 4 days, chapters, the teacher sprite just didn't appear whenever she came in, and now she's just regularly here. Okay, that's just a scene transition. I'm like, we ending right now or what? This re-study period was convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was as good an indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just a habit of understating things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting the progression and buying themselves some time, until they had a method of completely erasing me, with just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumbs with threats, I didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn, I won't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me? You had those contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all their suspicious behavior, a warning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that just wasn't what I wanted to believe. Helping my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Who was it? Actually, was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, these points were something uh, that should have been deliberated a long time ago. But really, Rena and the rest, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Mibara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe the Sun needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up dropping a Sun needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of doubt can only go so far. Both Rena and Mio had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It was just suspicious. It was outright ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mio only asked me about what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside my door, eavesdropping for a solid hour. That's the hard one. She was probably just waiting for a phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room, it was an is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? Yeah, that's the hard one. You heard from Moishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school. But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. She... Cut it out, Kichimaba. Don't you realize they're out to kill you? Huh? I inadvertently blurted those words out. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone had heard it. Multiple soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such a decision could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had been happily laughing together with up until Sunday, now intend to kill me? right? You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was only one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Ren and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I need to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. Didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting the desk together, preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into the circle. My, Keiichi-san. How rude of you to even think about leaving. The way Sadako spoke was typical and familiar. It almost physically hurt. Ah, Keiichi's today not a good day, I wonder. And we were going to win big together, huh? Synchronous expression, which said she was really looking forward to the day was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi, maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from others by lying to me? Slap. Trying to expunge the weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi-kun? Yeah, I was really trying to kill me. I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it was actually one or not. I just wanted someone to say it. Yeah, yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Apparently, that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena. You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home, I wonder. No, it's okay. Sorry. I can go home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing me, I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting. Mion pouted unhappily. This Kei-chan was so bent on revenge match. We were even going to play the deduction game from before too. Keiichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? Ah, pathetic. I wouldn't fall for such dumb taunt. Even without a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself tightly on my hand. Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She was stretching as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. Felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry. Everybody. See you. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. And if Oishi-san shows up, I'm going to be you. Harden that heart, Keiichi Mibara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them, because they were my friends. Were they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. I felt like my personality was being ripped in two, along with my body. This is what Oishida-sama's curse was like. It was just too harsh. Hiroshige-sama was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believe in it now. Completely. The curse does exist, but seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. That's not good. Now nighttime? Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. Alright, I am convinced he's still super sick. His breakfast had no flavor, his dinner had no flavor, clearly signs of sickness. And his paranoia is still him being delirious. I am sticking to that theory. The miso soup as usual tantalized my appetite, instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got out his word, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about that time. As my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partners were just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? I feel like an industry with a lot of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of business, I was able to pick up much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring lifelessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process had gone all day long. Friends close to me, no, they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on. When push came to shove, there were someone I just didn't have. Now, just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the current open situation I was in. Put down my chopsticks and look at the parents who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there was a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that had happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena, who was so diligent looking after me, came to me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. Correct. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand. My high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in a blink of an eye. Correct action. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they didn't come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in the past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maibara family to have an accident to just vanish into thin air was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something's unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know I knew? As long as they didn't know, parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not entirely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought it was the best course of action. So, then what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There was lots of way for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out Oishi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. Timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So I phoned him in Any moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I need to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for demonstrations or something, I just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. Was still being chased around in the dark by Boogeyman, but now I knew which way to go. Would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be best if I had concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would be a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognizable as a weapon by the public, that wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. Remember that there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then I wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. Could go back to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing for insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oshi-san would be able to avenge my death. Left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. Tore a piece of paper from my notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down facts. How should I start? Jotted down my thoughts as they came. I Mibara and in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. Had I never had even dreamed I would be in a type of situation where I write it myself. Do not know why they are after my life. Ren and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading the enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was this journal never needed to play its part. Here I laughed nervously. I was too simple, so wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyoshio-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just need to add more as I learn more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. Hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, it would be too obscure of a location. It might be a risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the cloak off my wall and stick my folded note on the back with scotch tape. After all, I put the cloak back into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything is hidden behind it. Now I need to set it up such as that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. Looked at it from countless different angles, so I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. Didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I never started a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned toward me. What is it, Keiichi? I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah? It's not urgent. Can we do this later? Right now, mommy and daddy have something urgent they're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I started my request. Just in case, okay? This just hit me as cringe. If I die, both my parents' eyes went wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put a cloak on the wall in my coffin. Oh, this is so cringe. If they did that, they would probably find that my memoir, both my parents and my women why I died. I couldn't blame them. I made a cloak in the shop class and really like it. So please, what's the matter, Keiichi? Did something happen? Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, that was normal response for someone suddenly talk about a subject like this. Felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think my cloak was in my room. With the awkward mood leaving my room in silence, I decided to go back to my room. Just went to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left my room. Need to go to school early tomorrow and secure the bat. It should make today the last day I went to school with Rena. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. Wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I would be killed. Not when I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Chapter end? Is it chapter end? It is not feeling so hot. Alright, give me a moment. Sorry about that. My cat was making a ruckus. Let's view the tips. Not feeling so hot. Keiichi-kun's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood. I wonder. Maybe he's on his period. Me-chan, that's gross. What do you think? I don't know. Could be that Kei-chan. Maybe? I don't know. That day, Kei-chan was in the car, talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right? Yeah? No mistake. That Oishi. He probably fed him something fishy. He looked serious. Keiichi-san's face was so pale. You see, you might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Ursula-sama. Huh? What do you mean? When he shows up, someone is demoned away. Don't lie. Oh? That's so? The year before last, when Rika-chan's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Uishi. Now that you mention it, it was around before Satoshi-kun transferred out, too. Transferred? You're so sweet, Rena. So this time, he's appeared before Keiichi-kun. So Keiichi-kun is going to be demoned away, too? An empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted. By loud laughter. Sus! That was the first time I'd ever woken with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. Was amazed at my precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. Changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I started jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose up groggily. My Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. You leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, then I would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, I would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to school alone. I'll be fine for today. Then what will you do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. You should bring me back the receipt. Took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. Pretty early. Is Rena-chan this early as well? No, just me. Did you tell Rena-chan that you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every detail now, do I? Finding it difficult to answering the onset of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rena that I went ahead when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, wait! No, I didn't trust my parents, just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It's safer that way. The moment's annoying voice cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved, I headed down the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day, so I always met with the same people at the same places. Today was different. Didn't meet the people I would normally. Nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Jenna wasn't the spot where we usually met. There wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with me on. The length of trees, shadows, the morning air, the brightness of the sun. It's a completely different type of morning than what he was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. Left me with an impression that I had the sordid illusion of Hinamizawa had set up for me before I had enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me. My, Keiichi-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person called out to me was someone we always pass by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was, I forgot. Of course, it wasn't the spot where we usually pass each other. I woke early today, so I thought it would be good change of pace. That's all. Throw out a random excuse. What about Rena-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same questions as my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninterested, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena-chan was each time I passed by someone. Maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep, beep, beep. A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth blared at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. Mion? By the time I turned around, the van's honking chassis were almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but whoops. But this car was doing the opposite. Felt like there was somebody the opposite shoulder of the van was veering in my direction to avoid them. The blissful, ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with painful cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no time itself had frozen. In the silence of the frozen moment, I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it. My body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to, whoops, in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. I lost focus now. The moment wooden paths, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in the silly pose. Bend my body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bend far enough, I get away just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, the poor stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air, a top locked in my contorted position. Keplash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in the instant was unmistakably the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising up out of the paddy had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. Not sure if he was able to see me. The van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This was what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than the physical wounds. Slogged through the mud paddy and made it my way back to the road. This is a crime, goddammit! Shit. I'll track you down and sue you! If you go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on the side. It had become so narrow the one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went to pass me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling up within me. It wasn't just a hit and run. The car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. No, you didn't. You're being paranoid as fuck. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with my person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. Alright, maybe I'm being a bit too focused on my he's just being paranoid theory. And now every time I see something, it's additional evidence. How the brain works. Kind of like him being like, yes, I was trying to kill me. This is all the evidence. If it had wanted to pass me, it had no shortage of chances. Normally I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner, but I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, I had the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in. There was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, the next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was still acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had to pay for my own naivete. Covered in mud, but without injuries. Not even a sprain. Guess that was what you would call a silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I'd suspected only Rena and others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had believed that there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, hadn't he? There was a possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mad so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but try and carry on as usual? wouldn't it be safer just to hold myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everything around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recall the tales Oishi-san told me when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi, a frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unvarying faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oishiro-sama's curse. And then I suspect it was Oishiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? Again, with the switching of this seems like a curse, this seems like a person. It seems like tailor-made to give him even further paranoia. Just saying. No, what I really, truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until now, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. I remember seeing the metal bat in Jim's storage shed. There was a padlock on the door bearing my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. All I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into a classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I'd search inside the classroom. If it was something that the class in the classroom to begin with, then there would be a problem. Could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early, nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? Didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But I couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I need to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such a soft idea would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believed that was not. Bah. I believed that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. As long as I lived, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be used as a weapon in a classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Neon used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I need a weapon. If all my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began running the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then that would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was without a doubt a metal bat. It was a well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there was a baseball uniform. was probably the luck of a student in a PV league or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At the time, I could hear the voice of the children scuffling their way noisily in from a hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Good morning. You're early this morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hit the bat I was holding behind my back. Yeah, they totally noticed it. What is with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. I was going to change now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I was expecting her to. She's changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all? I would think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for boys, so just deal with it. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. Rika-chan appeared to be satisfied with being considered a lady. Made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you going to start playing baseball? I think that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just I was feeling a bit out of shape. So I thought I'd just try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful that you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. Since she already knew I took it from out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker. Didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed would open. After quickly changing into a tracksuit, I checked the time. Still had plenty of time before class began, because I came so early. Took the bat in one hand and went to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. For being so certain all his friends are in a conspiracy to kill him, he sure was totally fine with Rika seeing all of this and being like, I need to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of a school building. I wasn't the academic type. I wasn't much of an athlete either. Might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. It was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I grabbed the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it as a reliable weapon when I needed it to. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that was what I hoped. Huh? Kei-chan? What are you doing? People bound up with such a hysterical voice I jumped. Whoa, Kei-chan, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team? Was Rena and me on. I'm surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can't say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? But bet you didn't know, I actually have a beer belly. It's a plump and jiggles. Plump and jiggles? Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To stop Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. The old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their South Park Kameda-kun is amazing. Good luck. Seems they're already taking me for the baseball nut, but oh well. Well, I really did make it to the championship. It would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and a catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past the ball I just threw, change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Damn it! What am I laughing at? Fall the ground over and over. Each impact, the reverberation traveled through the bat, stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, I'll Don't allow anyone to close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that they made me smile like that, I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor, were they simply being possessed by Oshiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oshiro-sama really exist? Was it some possessing everyone to try to kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was just Oshiro-sama's fault. Damn fool, Keiichi Maibara, come on now. I yelled out, drawing all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft. As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. Every impact, my weakness was being beaten out. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. I cannot let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing, heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. And he goes to the classroom. I gasped with the sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state, for much of the entire day I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. Couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but it felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Keiichi-kun, come on, it's club time, club time. The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Keiichi-kun, you're spacing out. Bring your desk. No one was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy, fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. Haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag and prepared to go home. What happened to you pretending everything was normal? It was the weak-handed gesture of avoiding having anything to do. I'll go home now. What's this, Kei-chan? You planning to go home right away again? Mion sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Could you let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. Felt like the air in the room had dried out. Sadako looked like she was about to say something, perhaps dissuaded by the mood. She swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. Took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted, but the collective gaze of the four of them, like tiny pins used to mount an insect in display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Keiichi-kun, Keiichi-kun just don't like playing with girls, I guess. She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be a soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest violently, tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more. Swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat, realizing that I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. The morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears perked up, and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched perfectly with mine for a while. For I could sense that just one person. I had no intention of being careless. They intended to follow me like that car in the morning until we were in good location to assault me. Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. Stop walking and look back. Wooden path, crowded with trees, responded with the silence as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. Certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well, meaning that the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, the proof that I was their target. Held my breath, waiting for the person to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without doubt, he was lurking in the shade of the tree with bated breath. It's probably Rena. Then I'd make the move first. Fix my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder and ready to swing it at any time. Hey, I know you're there. With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees, but friends the shade didn't budge. The moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already. I know you're there. Screamed out angrily at them. Even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure. The figure was curled up like a small animal. Rena! He's saying that way too angrily. When she realized I had found her, the expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Do you have some business with me? Won't accept the silence and screamed the question at her. Not yet, just, Rena was in a panic with ears welling up in her eyes. With tears. But it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play. But I was just worried about you. Think about I had been acting up until now. It wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. Serena was concerned. The quick glance, that's how it would seem. I wasn't I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have do something that, like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But I didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed her there, she had held her breath and tried to hide it from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her. Without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me. Aww. Still glaring at her, I continued walking onwards. So I walked a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again. So I yelled out once more. Told you not to follow me. Eek, but my house is in the same direction. Then walk ahead of me. I'll work once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. Rena, I'd like to go home with you. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words, voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have just called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. I'm sorry. Seeing that the seething anger with me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood that I was feeling inside. You get it, then go. If swung the bat, urging her to go again. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then, hurry. I'm going. So please stop with the bat. It's scary. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized I was planning on using the bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There's nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly, so as if not to see me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop. And a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. Dust got in my eyes and clouded my vision. Rubbing my eyes with my left hand, swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. Rhea didn't seem to even try to attack during the opening. Attack me? No, she can't budge an inch. I could tell from the sound of fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At the moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of an impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisibly concrete. Like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared back at her. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. Felt like I had just witnessed a shift from Rena into the other person who looked like Rena. But the voice was the one I knew. It filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Well, excuse me, but can I ask you something? Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled. What? Well, why do you have a bat, I wonder? The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can care whatever I want. But you didn't have one up until yesterday. Today. Why so sudden? Right if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I will have a bat? Because Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird. I could tell that what kind of answer she was looking for. I was tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. That's so weird. It's weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I suddenly wanted to play baseball. I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's so strange about that? Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why you two? The ramblings are annoying me. That's strange for me to have an interest in sports. I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Till my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer questions. Alright. Oh, we have another bot to squash from quite a while ago that I missed. Whoops. Alright, you two, I'm guessing the previous, what's it called? The brother of Satoko also did the same. Therefore, he got demoned away. Oh. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry. I still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. Yelled out at her, causing her to flinch like she'd been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question. Why is even your bat the same? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. But inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? Satoshi being, huh? When hearing the name out blue, I became done for a brief moment. Was Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that can't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred. Oishi-san told me quite clearly he went missing. He was the student who was at my seat until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Yoshio-sama's curse. I don't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were what? My gaze fell to the bat on my hands. Could be Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. This is Satoshi's bat. Oh, the Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? That's not it. That was what Rena said. Made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. Could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply. Why is it? Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi did when it happened to him? Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't time to play sports. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. When it's time to tell something important. Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly started practicing his swing. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly began carrying the bat around him. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly... Then one day he suddenly what? Nara had swallowed her words. Nara suddenly silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. Trying to say my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd just forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much attention to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's. And Satoshi, no more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what had happened would be the same. Rena, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. But forget about what happened to the guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena. Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. What scary face is she making? As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel to my entire body. Told you. Keiichi-kun. It was the same person I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugu I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that I had had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. The gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine, my mind froze under a lie of rhyme. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear that from the time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breathe. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper. At the curve of crescent moon, she grinned. I told you. Keiichi-kun. The short pause, Rena repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, you see? Transferred out. Transferred meaning what? Rena meant must have been some sort of definition of transfer I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. Couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. What if he literally just transferred out? No, Oishi made it pretty clear that he disappeared. All I could do was swallow down my saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and sprawly stepped two back 2 3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in the pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. Right now, it was useless to me. It was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body, with feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよね
But you won't, will you,
ケイチ君は
Keiji-kun? When I finally released me from the cage of time after what I felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her. Do
何を
what?
だよ
What did she not want me to do?
転
Transfer. Okay, it's starting to feel like legitimately he just transferred out. And she's salty about it. Heard that she felt he left her behind. Satoshi and I had what? All my well planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi had really been in the same situation as I was now. The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, for no reason, at least none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself, carried it around every day to practice his swing. Then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at whatever he planned? Transfer to. Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Nobody home? Wasn't that odd of an occurrence? Reached out into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my first seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How did you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. There was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. You can't hear a person blink. I'm sorry. Keiichi Mibara, there's no way you could hear that. Exactly. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. Began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was somebody there when you turn around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me, but I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Alright, try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. Didn't care how I went about it, just as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down, thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it?
どなたですか?
I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice, I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating the response. I felt like there's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time, all of a sudden, I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, or suddenly I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but tiny spark of my courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired my primal yet fitting solution to the current predicament, a scream. All the force of my body released from my lungs, throughout my throat, seizing all the thought process in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to walk, collapse like a house of cards, somehow managed to twist my body and look back as I did. It was definitely there. Right there. Something was there. Is it Satoko or is it Rika? Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, that was definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence spinning in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. It looked like they weren't there, but they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted to a torrent of aggression. The motion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. My state of heightened lucidity trusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. He's about to commit murder. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Ah! Brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. Bat slammed right into the right wall, tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. The two swings whiffed throughout empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard, was embedded in it, screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Rah! My scream shook the air and bring my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy there, but not there, dispersed. I was certain that the enemy had retreated. I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house. Once again, trying my aggressive and search the house for the presence. It was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At the moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions I had been holding back chaotically merged together and began flooding out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even at this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all of my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. That may just be the case. Calm down, Keiichi, my bearer. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. Without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and distortion. Proof? At just one piece. When I asked who it was, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by supernatural phenomenon or so sheer summer's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, the moments were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was prepared by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it. But it would be unsolvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oishi-san's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared the curse didn't exist. At the time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, there arises a possibility that the perpetrators were not human. He suddenly seemed quite unreliable. My nose is getting stuffy. I could really use a break. This chapter is going really long. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san would rapidly expand, With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit in doing that. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. The clock? Was the memo behind... Oh, the cloak, not the clock. Whoops. Wait, was it the clock or the cloak? Oh, I was reading cloak, not clock, all along. Whoops. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed. I was just going berserk at the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of them, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose become a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what was actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Or Shio-sama's curse wouldn't exist, I would still be be bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Honestly, that might still be correct. You might still just be crazy. It's someone calling. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there was no cause for me, so I never answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs.
もしもし、
Hello, it's the Mibara residence. Music is too happy.
ケイチ
Keiichi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. Was it? It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What?
別に俺
I don't
夕
mind
食は
having
インスタン
instant
トでも
noodles
いい
for
よ
dinner.
まだいっぱいあったけ
There's
ど
still a lot of them. The other day, we went out, the family, and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually. There are a few since individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of mega-sized pork, bone, and ginger flavored ones I liked. But my parents didn't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of
だ
them.
からさ
So you see, there isn't really a need to go shopping, right?
ケイ
Keiichi, I'm not asking you to
買い
go
物のお願いじゃ
shopping.
ないのお父さんとお母さんね
Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work.
え
Huh?
今から
Right now? Was really abrupt.
うん
No, we're already here.
お昼には
You
出
left
発
this
してたから
afternoon.
ね
It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad had a license, but still. Doesn't like the highway. They likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
ケイチも
I'm
お父さんと
thinking you
お
might
母さんの話を
understand
聞いてた
since you
からわ
heard
かる
us
かもしれ
speaking
ない
last
けど
night. But it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so
今
smoothly.
ちょっとうまくいって
Now
ない
that
の
she mentioned it, I did remember that they were talking, that they talked all that time about. I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good.
お父さんは
Daddy isn't
そういう
real
の
sensitive
繊細
about
な人
things
だか
like
ら
this, so if we
このまま
leave
だ
things
と
as they
お
are,
父
it
さ
will
んにも
affect
影響
his
が出ちゃう
work.
の
Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions change as easily as the false sky. You could also say he couldn't take criticism,
でも
but something like that can be done over the phone.
ケイチ
Keiichi, this is
お
your
父さん
father's
のお仕
job,
事なんだから
so you can support him
も
a
うちょっ
bit,
と応援
please.
とにかく電話で
Anyway,
も
it's just
手があ
faster
っ
to
て
talk
話し
about
た
in
方が
person,
誤解もないし
so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. So as their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから
So
帰るのは
we'll be
明日の
back
晩になっ
tomorrow
ちゃうの
night.
ケイチ一
Keiichi,
人で大丈夫
you'll be
だ
fine
ね
on your own.
別に死にはし
Not
ない
like I'll die or anything.
ケイチ
Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly about dying.
心配事があったら
If there's
相談
anything
して
troubling you, just talk to us.
お母さん
I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday, I did bring up if I died, rather abruptly, so suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ
I won't die.
俺は
I won't.
あがいてでも生き
I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off.
そう
Yeah,
じゃあね
see you then. Not very comforting, I'll be
明日の朝
honest.
ちゃんと起きるの
Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up.
朝ごはんは
And
食べてね
eat your breakfast.
お風呂と歯磨き
And
も
don't
忘れ
forget to
ないで
take a bath and brush your teeth.
へいへい
Yeah, see you. Call ended like that. Sometimes my parent went off to Tokyo for business meetings. Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned in advance. Never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange or rather unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. And tonight I was the only one in the house. That my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Onishiro-sama's curse, wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come think of it, I was getting pretty late. Didn't think it was good that only light on the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. Similarly, turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it looked like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I need to take it down. I snatched down the laundry, haphazardly erased all traces of my mother wasn't there. That should be fine now. Ah, garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okonomiya Station. Garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out back to close the normally open garage door. Should be fine now. Ah, I need to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. They left in the afternoon. The evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. Pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, I should be fine. Come to think of it, doing the cupboard busted like this for my little freak out was a kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember there was a broom and a dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Someone's in
も
his
しもし
house.
前原です
Hello, this is the Mabara residence.
あら、
Oh, is this Keiichi-kun?
お母様はいら
Is
っしゃ
your mother
います
around?
かしら。
あ
Ah, she isn't
今
here at the
ちょっ
moment.
といないんですけど
You did, Keiichi Mabara. Not only your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it.
すぐに戻る
Think
と
she'll
思い
be
ます
back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say that call again or tell her to call them when she comes
なら
back.
結構
Then
で
that's
す。
fine.
大した話
Wasn't
で
anything
もありま
important.
せんわ。
Well
失礼
then,
します
so for the
わね。
bother. The scenario of fear didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to come up with a good story to explain that my parents were home but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura, and I couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. Just like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under pretense that I didn't realize it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. Prepared myself and lifted up the
もし
receiver.
もし
Hello. Stop announcing that I was the Mabara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and light-hearted. Hello. My apologies for calling so late. This is Soishi from Okonomiya Bookstore.
お大石さんですか
Oishi-san? That you, Mabara-san? Good evening. Good to hear you are doing well.
ちょっと待ってくだ
Wait
さ
just a
いね
moment, please. I grabbed the portable headset and rushed to my room with it. At the same... it was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home. I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer with speaking on the phone with Oishi-san.
お待たせしました
Over the way. How are things going? Every change since then? It's them. When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked about that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school. Met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital. We headed into the town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may have been found out by them as well. Hello, can you hear me, Mabara-san? Huh?
あすみません
Ah, sorry.
その
What do you say? Asked if there's anything changed since last time. There was an answer, so I got kind of worried.
と
Not really.
特には
The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I don't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. The night when my parents weren't home. Had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
大石さん
Higurashi-san, it seems that someone is after me. Really?
偶然の可能性もあ
Could
るん
be
です
just a
が
coincidence, but the day I missed school when I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me.
レ
Which
ナと
two?
ミオンです
Ren and
そ
Mion.
してそこで
They start asking
Oishi-san
about
と一緒に
how I
広
had
島
lunch with you. What
お見
next?
舞いってこと
They
で
left me some
おはぎを
mortuary
置いてい
came,
ったんで
but
すが
one had a needle
偶
inside.
然飲み込まずに済み
Fortunately,
ましたが
someone did swallow
これって
it. Whether could that have just been a threat? What the needle?
えっと
Just one of those common sew needles you see all the
普通の裁
time.
縫糸を通す穴が開いてい
There
て
was a hole for thread string inside. Not that my parasol, the needle itself. That was evidence. Could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where's the needle? That's right, that's it. Dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but the needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned the living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped the gap between the wall and carpet? I frantically searched by running the palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling out up the carpet and flapping it around, but I couldn't find the needle. Did your mom clean up everything without me noticing? It was just 2 days ago. Didn't know what day they collected the rubble trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed in the kitchen and opened the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. Even at a glance, I could tell that it would be difficult to find the needle in the pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I knew I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. Felt a small prick. I'd be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it would be the quickest. Held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filled through about... There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about this. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. Wanted to search more thoroughly, but it was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words in red pen, and then dashed back up the stairs where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for too long. Hello. How did it
見
go?
つかりません
I couldn't find
あの
it.
時は
I was really overwhelmed when it happened, and I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning at the hit and
あ
run.
あと大石さん
Also, Ishi-san,
そ
that
れ
isn't
実は
all.
今朝
Actually, this morning, the van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the sequences at the time. You see the license plate? I can search for it from here. Damn! The timer just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused on protecting myself that I let out some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow and noted how worthless I was. I'm sorry. I didn't know much more than it was a white van. Nothing to fret about, my brother-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit.
やっぱりこれだ
I
って
guess all this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi-san started to hem and howl at the other end. Imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena is acting strange. How so? What Rena said on the way home, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence. Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing. Rena
去年
knows.
の鬼隠し
She
にあっ
knows
た
something
サト
regarding
シの
what happened
こ
to
と
Satoshi, the kid who was
何か知ってい
demoted
ます
away last year.
レ
What would that be
レナ
exactly?
が言うには
Rena said I was the same as
この
Satoshi.
まま行くと
He said something to the effect that
俺
the
も
way
サ
things
ト
are
シと
going,
同
I'll
じ
end up the
運
same
命を
fate
た
as
どる
Satoshi. Fate, she said. Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out?
レナは
When I said Satoshi
サトシは
transferred
で
out.
俺もこのまま
Given
だ
how
と
things are going with me,
転校
I'll
しちゃう
transfer
ぞ
out too. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. Ebara-san, that was possibly some sort of threat, or maybe some type of
俺
warning.
もそう思ってま
But
す
so too. At the point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of being Rena and the others, was left with Oishio-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Toishi-san. Except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real, or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers. Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with a prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deeply, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what had happened in her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in a huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I'd lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or a castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There was no other residence close to the Mebara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment toward my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask. Somebody just rang the door. Right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Oishi-san, I have something I want to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me. Sure, ask away. Even though he was so far away on the other side of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena. But what happened at her previous school? Actually, regarding Rena's... Notice a sound that had been going on for a while now. I was so focused on the car, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but finally realized it was a doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would make a delivery, past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. Considering just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door. Hello, Mebara-san? Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm going to see who it is. I guess? See, my apologies. Should we end this phone call for now? That would be a problem. I know, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine, don't mind. Drop the headset on my bed and dashed to the door. I need to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it would be the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It's Rena or Mion. It'd be hard to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. Bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without me removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. Good evening. Rena? There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. Timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up as a mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from me on several days echoed back to me. There's nothing. This old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. Seems that Mion wasn't with her. But that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here? Hey, Keiichi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder? Was it true that speaking to a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But
うち
at my
今
house, the
は
chain
必
has
ず
to be
チェ
on
ーンか
night
けてるん
all
だよ
night
気に
night.
すんなよ
Don't worry about it.
なら
Then it can be
仕
helped,
方
I
ない
guess.
かな。
Rena looked at me at the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least. Her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. Was her hand on the sprite normally behind her back? What I really feared, more than that possibility, the hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain. I was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain, having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it did make my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from the silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
あのさ、ケイチ
Now,
君。
have you eaten yet, Keiichi-kun?
ご飯食べた
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner would have been ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up on the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all my time talking. Jesus, this is the longest chapter 2 in history. I'm well overdue a break. But oh well. If anything, today's the day I can go on longer than usual. So it's fine even if chapter 2 and 3 end up long. Oh, not pressing the button. There we go. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to.
Yeah.
No, not yet. Should have lied.
それがどうしたよ
What about it?
じゃあよかった
Then good.
これ見て
Look here.
お惣菜と
I
か持っ
bought
て
a
きてあ
bunch
げ
of
た
dishes.
の
I held out a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth.
お
If
台
I could
所
use
と
a
か貸し
kitchen,
てく
I
れれ
can
ば
heat up the
お
miso
味噌
soup
汁
and
も
other stuff.
温めてあげる
いいよ
It's
そこま
fine,
で
you
して
don't
くれ
need
な
to
くて
do
も
that.
でもでも
But there's a
お
lot
豆
of
腐もお
tofu
野
and
菜も
vegetables in
ケイ
it.
チ君
Does Keiichi-kun
そう
not
いうの
like
嫌
that
い
type
か
of
な
stuff? I wonder, I
か
wonder.
な
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup. It has lots of ingredients. White radish, carrot, burdock, fruit and potatoes, dense and fibrous roots and vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks
ご飯も持って
delicious.
きてあげた
I
か
also
ら
bought
レンジで
rice,
温
so
めれば
if
す
you
ぐ食べられるし
microwave it, I'll be ready to eat in no time. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gillet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it would be to be how wonderful it is to be born Japanese.
それからね
Also, I
ま
made
た
some
お
more
漬物
pickles.
今度は山菜のお
Made
漬物な
sansai
の
pickles this time. Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the amount of vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables tasted rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake in sansai. There's common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. They'd go well with the fluffy white
それか
rice.
らね
And also, but wait, there's more. Delicious. It's just so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits. She was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its ferocious head. At the same time, my weariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At the moment, a cold chill ran down my spine again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house. I mean, it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought all this over, making of over all the makings of a meal at a time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents went home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper, there were plenty of signs of them being hastily tied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding onto the facts as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Huh? Is that so? Is that so? I know you went through all this effort and everything, but well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly. But some of this could work as side dishes, I think. So, we had more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides. So... Huh? You have side dishes? The smile that bordered on a cringe, lots of questions apologetically. The feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up on my back. It spoke as if my mom was setting dinner right now, but didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of as well. The Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder? No, well, it's not that I had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, rather that my mom hadn't. Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you, Keiichi-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. Should have used a better lie. You had some from the morning. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Rena fell silent for a moment. In a moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from my eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiichi's dinner will be? It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat. Let's see. Conversation might appear natural at first, but Rena was firmly in control. Felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner, I wonder, is it something made with just hot water? Hey, now stop with the insults. Can't believe you belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. Is that amazing? Tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that stillness. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Rena hadn't taken the assertion of mine. My mother was home and making dinner right now. Was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. Hey, Keiichi-kun. The moment an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway. Is your mom home, I wonder? I couldn't keep up with this charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well my parents weren't home. It's a small-ass village. Somebody saw them leaving. Multiple somebodies, probably. Heck, Rena came to your house probably in the morning. Your mom told her, that you went to school early. Maybe he even told her, we'll be gone through the day. Please take care of my son. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here. We'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. Told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out of the surrounding air. Rena's eye became even more frigid, piercing with a gilded glare. Empty-eyed? Why? Huh? What do you mean? Tried acting casual. The face was torn off me. Instead, looked into Rena's eyes. The look it informed me of Rena's response faster than I could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから
Why
嘘
have
を
you
つく
been
のか
lying
な
to me? I wonder.
嘘なんか
I am not lying.
嘘だよね
That's a lie, isn't it?
嘘なんかじゃ
Not a lie.
嘘だよ
Lies. Rena outburst sent a jolt surging to my body. Rena and I were separated by the few inches of the slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway, where no one could save
ケイ
me.
チ君のお夕
Shall I
飯
guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun?
Ateru yo.
Let's see.
えっと
I
ね
knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. It was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she
カップ
know
ラ
it?
ーメン
Cup noodles.
当たりでしょ
Isn't that right? That was what I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can do household is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Really, can't we make, I know, some sausages? Eggs? Come on. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she guessed right.
ラーメンだけじゃ
And I
ちょっ
don't
とお腹すくと思う
and I
な
don't think you'll be full with just
ご
noodles.
飯とかも一緒
Think
の方
having
が
rice and stuff
きっと
would
腹
definitely
持
hit
ちい
the
いと思う
spot.
よ
I'm not kidding, Mibara. It was just coincidence. When I was just reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. It couldn't possibly
好
exist.
きなの
Do you like them?
ラーメンが
You mean noodles?
うん
No.
豚
Beep.
骨生姜味
No, indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that a moment I didn't understand the words Rena had spoken.
ごめん
Sorry,
今
Rena.
今
What did you just say?
え
Huh?
何が
What?
今さ
Just now, you asked me
何が
something I
好きっ
liked,
て
didn't
聞
you?
いたんだよ
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward that question. It was a much simpler answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味
Pork bone and ginger flavor. Wonder how I appeared the moment my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swinging a counterclockwise direction, lost all sense of
なん
balance.
でそこま
Why
で
do you
わか
know
んだよ
that? Didn't even deny it. It was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena even know this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, fixing my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do it.
確かに
That
買った
I certainly did buy
まと
them.
めて買った
Bought a bunch at
俺が
once.
箱買いした
Bought a whole case.
それがどう
How
して
could you
わ
know
かるんだ
that?
なんでかな
Why, I wonder.
不思議だね
Quite strange, isn't it?
だね
Isn't it? How would you dodge the question at a time like this? Chain at the door suddenly were no longer protecting
どうし
me.
てわかる
How do you
なぜ知
know?
ってる
Why do you
答
know?
えろ
Answer
買っ
me.
たのはセ
You
ブン
bought
ス
them
マ
at
ー
Seven
ト
Mart,
だよね
didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. Tried covering it up with her angry facade. Like I said, why do you know
ケ
that?
イチ君の
I was
後ろ
behind you, following you the
ず
whole
っとくっ
time.
ついてたから
What are you
何を言ってん
saying?
だよ
I couldn't understand why she was saying been following me all this
だか
time.
ら
That's because
レナが
I
ケイ
was
チ君
right
の
behind
後ろに
Keiichi-kun's
ずっ
back
とくっつい
the
てた
whole time. Hehehehe. Okay, what non-crazy way is there still to think of this? The logical, non-logical, magical way to think of this would be the ghost he felt behind his back is now possessing Rena and talking through her. The I do not believe in ghosts, fuck you game. Where it would be Rena just admitted to being a stalker. Like that night, the night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. Didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me, standing there just like
ケイ
that.
チ君がいろ
When
んなラー
Keiichi-kun
メン
was
選んでる
picking
時
up the noodles, I was
後ろ
watching
か
the
らず
entire
っとい
time.
ろんな種類
You
を
picked
選ん
up
で
so
た
many
んだよ
different
ね
flavors, didn't
そ
you?
れでお母さ
Then
んに
with your
怒られ
mom
たんだ
got
高
angry.
いラーメンばっか
If
り
you were
選
going
ぶ
to
か
pick
ら
the most, the
一種
expensive
類に
ones,
しな
then
さい
just
っ
should
て
pick up one type, she
それ
said.
でケイチ君
Then you picked up the
大
big
好きな大
box of
きいカッ
pork
プの
bone and ginger
豚骨
flavor
生姜
that
味
you
を
love
選
so
んだんだよ
much,
ね
didn't you?
レナも好きだよ
I like it too.
豚骨ラーメ
Pork
ン
bone
でも
noodles,
大
but I
きいカ
never
ップ
ate a
は
whole
全部食べ
bowl
きれ
by
ないけど
myself.
ね
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism that to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloped my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying, and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed, so I didn't have to look down. I didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. Slowly took a step backwards, and so I withdrew when I advanced.
だからケイチ
So
君
Keiichi-kun,
ここを開けて
can you open
レ
this?
ナと一緒に
We
ご
can
飯
eat
食べ
dinner
よう
together.
きっと美味しい
I'm
から
sure it's going to be delicious, so okay. Rena's pale center fingers squirmed through the crack to open the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. This door looks like someone can just open it from the other side by putting their hand through. If she had unlatched the chain at the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. Trying my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter, but it didn't light. It doesn't light.
開けて
Open
ケ
up,
イチ君
Keiichi-kun.
帰ってくれ
Please go away.
頼むから
I beg you, please go
帰
away.
ってくれ
どうしてそんな
How
意地
can
悪
you
を
say
言う
something
のか
so
な
mean? I wonder.
帰ってくれ
Please go away. Go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. Tackled the door. The force to the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed the doorknob with both hands and planted my feet firmly and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. Feel the tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. The sofa that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack of the doorway. It hurts, Keiichi-kun, it hurts! It wasn't a harsh shriek, nor a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away! Go away! Go away! Keep on pulling the door with all my might. Didn't even realize that if I didn't lose my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. That was the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. Sorry I'm messing around too much. Didn't care about her apology. No matter how much she was apologizing, didn't change any of what she had done up until now. Didn't change anything. It hurts, I'm sorry. Go away, go away, go away! Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to, as I had trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become red and were no longer even squirming. I'm sorry. Go away, go away, go away. I'm sorry. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain. Like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it. Pulled on the door even harder. Ah! Finally, Rena's fingers were somewhat able to slip out from the imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. Locked the door immediately. Made a loud clanking voice, voicing my rejection to Rena. I'm sorry. Keiichi-kun, I'm sorry, open up, Keiichi-kun. Rena leaned back against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, trudged away from the entryway. The other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt a sort of haze, the sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mion had threatened me at the doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena had told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out, and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. One step, two step, with each one, her sniveling approaches became more distant. I went up the stairs and dove into my room. As I would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena's repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? It was the receiver. Finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I talked with Rena for so long. How did no time pass? The hand of the clock was ticking forward, 1 second every second as usual. I put the still warm receiver to my ear. Time, which felt frozen, began moving once again.
もしもし、
Hello,
大石さ
Oishi-san?
ん、お待たせしてすみませ
Sorry
ん
to
でし
keep
た
you。 waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from the sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really
今
was.
レナ
Rena
が来
came
まし
just
た
now. Did she come to play? Wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san, but didn't need to right now. Right now, I need to know about Rena. That's right. I was planning on asking Oishi-san more about Rena. Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false? I couldn't tell. One thing I knew was that a single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. I wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything I definitely won't. Regarding Ren or Yugu, did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep, it'd be hard to discuss it with you since you're her friend.
その簡単な
I want to know
全てを知りたいん
everything
です
from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say
大
though.
石さん
Oishi-san spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said
リ
it.
ュウグウレナは
I think Ren or Yugu is
過去の事
suspicious.
件が
Even if the past incidents were from Oshio-sama's curse, where Yugu is involved. You have some sort of proof that makes you believe Ren or Yugu is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became firm. Do you have some sort of proof? Doesn't seem talking as a
状
detective.
況証拠だけ
Only
で
have
す
circumstantial evidence.
そうですか。
I see. I could tell over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling out the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed.
大石さん目に
Oishi-san,
見える証拠がなけ
you
れば
can't do anything
動けないん
without
です
physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and say me without proof. I stuck the barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just
大
fine.
丈夫ですよ。
It's fine, Mibara-san.
あなたは私
I'll
が
protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was going to get killed. My corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to
大
him.
石さんの捜査は
Whether I'm
俺の精
alive
神
or
と無関
dead
係でしょうが
may be of no
俺は死ね
concern
ば
to your
終わりなんです
investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to rely to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position.
だから、
So please tell
レナの
me.
こと。
Tell me about Rena.
サトシは転校
Satoshi
しました
transferred
多分
out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Mibara-san, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. I wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself, that bad Satoshi-san and the bad Satoshi-san left behind to protect myself. Then at least I wanted to know about what had happened before Rena transferred schools. And this chapter still isn't done. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとって
Right now,
つまらない話
to
は
me,
何一つありません。
there's nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please. There's a few things I need you to agree to.
はい。
Okay, please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
真実では
Might be not true.
言ってる意味
Might
が
not be
よく
true.
わかりませ
I
ん。
understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigator for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hiramizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Then Ryugo has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you
レ
see,
ナの調査は
this isn't an investigation of Ryugo done by the police. It's a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me. This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews. They aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement?
全部
All of it is just from what you heard. Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see.
あれ
That
以
thing.
前
Before you said you saw Rena's chart, didn't you?
確かにそう聞きました
I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line. Told you that too. Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligation responsibilities. I also didn't care if it was no proof. If there were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all.
話してください大石
Please
さん
tell me, Oishi-san. Understood. Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hiramizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then following that, right after transferring, an unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor, it was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew. There isn't that much difference between what I know and what you know,
で
Mibara-san.
は
Then
どこを詳しく
what
調べ
part
たん
did
で
you
すか
investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to
レナが起
Hiramizawa.
こした事
The
件
incident Rena was responsible
その
for.
後の医者で
What
の
she
告
devoted to the
白
doctor
ですね
afterwards, correct? Yes.
大石さんは
After you learned
その
about
内容を
that,
知って
you
いる
started
からこそ
suspecting Rena and the
レナた
others,
ちを
didn't
疑
you?
い
Yes, I did suspect them.
やはりレナ
So,
たちが犯人
what, they're the ones after all? Ah, no. That's not what I mean by suspect them. Huh? Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than
じ
reassuring.
ゃあ何
Then,
を
who did you suspect? That was Oyashiro-sama. Huh? That Oyashiro-sama's curse. Really exists, yeah. Right, well, Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past. Just then, there was a thunder in the distance, and heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I left the window in my room open a crack, so to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly. Wind again. What is it?
あ、いえ、
Ah, nothing.
急
Suddenly
に
started
すごい雨
raining
が。
heavily.
すみません。
Sorry, please continue.
どうぞ続けてください。
Got up while still on the phone and grasped the window. Said at the beginning, there's an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. Regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so bad that it had permanent damage. Could be have been that the school or possibly some individual who made the arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Nabara-san? Can you hear me? There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. In this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. This shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped from their hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me, who was about to close the window. The mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. As she had something hard to chew in her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that all at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? She was repeating to me. What was she saying? I'm guessing I'm sorry. What was I, right up against the window, fixated on? Hello? Bara-san? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry. Oh, Bara-san?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hello? Bara-san? What's the matter? In this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtains hastily, with my right hand blocking my view of the outside. Even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive, I won't forgive. Nabara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? The personality and the seventh mart. Jesus Christ! Let me save. I forgot to save for chapter 10. I'm gonna take a break now before the tips. I was due a break an hour ago. Normally I'd be ending around this time, but I'm doing one more chapter because I have time. I don't want to break my streak of 3 chapters, what's it called? 3 chapters, stream. So, give me a moment. I forgot I didn't put up my thingy for music. See you in 5-ish minutes. Well, that song worked really well for the current ambience, even if it was only shortly here. Anyway, I'm back. Got myself, I guess, a beer? A Radler, which is like a beer mixed with soda? Got an orange soda? A lemon soda? I'm not sure. Either way, it's very refreshing. Gonna be sipping on it little by little. Gonna need that for the last chapter of the stream. Better not be like 2 hours like this one. Let's view the tips. Split personality. I see it in movies often. But what is it exactly? Multiple personalities are thought to be escapism. Multiple personality disorders are part of escape. Correct. Exact mechanism not fully understood, but is believed to be a type of defense for the brain to retain mental stability. Hypothetically, people imagining themselves as well is a form of escapism, is it not? Is that also a form of multiple personality disorder? Wouldn't go that far, but broadly speaking, one can infer that. It's something that occurs in us all. Does a split personality occur when one cannot tell which is reality and which is escape? That is difficult to say. There are some who agree with that, some who disagree. There's no consensus. Then, this occurrence of multiple personality is still an unknown phenomenon, something not fully comprehended in the psychiatric field. Unfortunately, that is currently the state of things. We can only put our hope in future research. But it's sort of cool having a split personality. What kind of people get split personalities? Recent studies show that those who develop it, or rather those who are more susceptible to developing, may be genetically predisposed or may have had abnormal mental development. Some say that childhood abuse increases the chances. Speaking of which, person A here experienced childhood abuse as a child, didn't he? How sad. Person A has 7 different personalities. Let's watch a video of him. Right after these commercials. In reporters, tabloids. At the Saint Mart. Saint Mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. Was what, 7-Eleven? What's this, Keiichi? So many. There's no reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I flipped all the different colored cup noodles balls into the cart. Cup noodles have gotten so elaborate recently. There are a bunch of different types. I want to try each one of them at least once. It was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Keiichi, buy them in a big case, it's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Now that Dad has thrown his hat into the ring, I'd have to compromise. If I'd only get to eat one kind, I'd get bored with it. Resistant as a formality. I'd already given up. Inside, I wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mabi will pick for you. You don't have to rush me. Quickly searched a case of noodles for what I wanted. Pork bone and ginger, large cup? Hey Keiichi, can't you just get a normal one? If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. Then, when I plonked a large box of pork bone flavor in the shopping cart, Mom looked back at me with expression and said, "These ones?" To show this was my last compromise, I began explaining the choice. Pork bone is good. You get a large serving, but the flavor isn't too strong. Remember insisting that noodles I picked were the right kind. In this frozen memory in time, this encapsulated world, I hadn't had the power to look around my surroundings. So, I did what I could and reached out with my hand and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence overlooked. No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Rena. I rewound the situation searching, but of course I couldn't find her. Then, was she spying at me from a blind spot? I go to the sound and presences again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they pleased. There's nobody looking over this way, and no one trying to get behind me. Not here. Could it be here? Probably wasn't here. I would definitely notice if someone was right behind me when I was, even when I wasn't on my guard. I smiled wryly as the thought of using a vague probability like word like probably, right before contradicting it with definitely. Then I paused, my mental replay, the chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. There was a terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it. The world had moved on. There was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightened shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store searching for a case of noodles. Running through the noodle section, bad mouthing my mom. But there was a presence constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No, no way to see what it was. Realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying those cardboard boxes, that cardboard box, tip tap. But listening to the moment again, I could hear footsteps other than mine, going pit pat with every step. Tip 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 tap tip tap tip tap. Pit pat 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 pat. Tip tap tip tap. Pit pat pit pat. Tip tap. Pit pat. While I was running, the sound of those barefoot footsteps going pit pat were right behind me. Me running around gleefully in that closed off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remembered it. I didn't think I had heard anything. That was why I didn't turn around. That is why I didn't turn around. That moment, the pit pat of those footsteps following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had run at the time. Couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before, not once. Then I returned to my parents and started thinking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. It's like shouldn't move, the shadow didn't move. Because I didn't move. That is why it made no sound. That was all. At the time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking to my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At the time, the world had gone dark. A sudden darkness. It was the end of the reflective journey. I was tired. Wanted to end it. Someone turned on the lights. Except my body couldn't move. As if I was sewn into this moment in time. Pit pat. My past self's here stood at end. It's impossible. Now that's just breaking the rules. I hadn't moved. So you shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move. So you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit pat. Yet the sound echoed in darkness once again. The hair on the back of my neck prickled up on an end. It was so close that it was hard to tell whether I was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like how the presence was moving behind me. I quickly realized I could move, just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this. It was something unforgivable in this moment in time, but I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop, I began to administer a pain like needle being stuck into my every pore. I turn around. Turn around. Not scared at all. Turn around. Not turn around. I'm not scared at all. A scream I was unable to vocalize. Roar. Turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What? What is it? Just as a person's mouth might be able to bite into an apple, slurp the juices, and finally discover it was an apple. My mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating the apple. Munch, munch, chew, chew. Slurp the juices, discover the apple. Meaning, what was in front of me was. Wah! So I think he just had a nightmare. Let's do the final chapter for today. I doubt it's actually the final chapter. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. Tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in panic all night. Spent all night hugging the metal bat that sat atop my futon I used to barricade my door. Waiting, watching just in case someone tried to break into my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. I had stopped watching the window, someone break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking the risk, I didn't need it. I was so much better to just stay awake. At this point, during the endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. Couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time, but I need to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. My mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable. Staying holed up in here was probably my safest option, but staying home here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. Unless unless I found some sort of proof, those relentless nights would never end. Stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing, regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi Mebara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set the trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I need to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothing and face. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other, with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength. And I trust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure to dispel them. No, do just transfer it. Maybe? With renewable resolve, I checked the clock. When renewed resolve, I was still early. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. Okay, the reason... Okay, I have to be honest. I actually do believe he literally just transferred. The partial reason for this is that I remember checking all the chapter icons in Steam. Let me see. I'm pretty sure like chapter 7 or maybe 8. No, it isn't. But one of them had like a blonde boy. And if Satoshi is the brother of what's it called? Satonaka, he would presumably also be blonde. Then again, the game could just do what it does in Umineko and be like, yep, new character. He's here now. Seems likely considering there's 8 chapters. Yeah. Acts, stories, chapters. I think each of these is a chapter, so it would be more like episodes. Of course, I was going by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Ren or Mion, I need to leave now. Ahaha, they're gonna go earlier as well. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned up right now. Considering what would happen if I ran into Ren on Mion, wouldn't be too late to clean up after I got back home. Making extra certain the doorway was locked, I left the house. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in a washer. Today I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit from this morning, my mom was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maibara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last day is me. I spent the morning practicing my swings like it was my natural routine. After a while, when I arrived at school, our eyes met, but we said nothing. And I said nothing about last night, as if it never happened. But I could see those events were real, but the wounds carved into her fingers. Just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though I wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san had shared about Rena's incidents before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl. Kei-chan, I see you still aiming for the nationals. It was Mion. I'd already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised.
Mion ka.
Oh, Mion,
You
you understand and leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply, without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tactically keeping Mion from getting any closer. Hey, Kei-chan, take it easy. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest. Homeroom's not that far off, right? Just let me finish practicing. I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal. Kei-chan, when did you get into baseball? Just recently. Recently? You mean yesterday? Don't ask, you already know. Oh dear. That's a very unsportsmanlike reply. You're distracting me. Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Oh, she's about to go hollow-eyed. Normally, she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulders like this. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. Didn't sense any hostility, but we were at school in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. You need me for something, right? What is it? Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. Here's my lack of exercise. This rate, I might not be able to move as I needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the exercise for carrying the bat around with me. Well, it's nothing important. If you're tired, I can ask you again later. Now is fine. Only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone, away from others, that's out of the question. Well, Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, I didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to figure out the right thing to say. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of the mire. Ha 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 ha. This old man's not good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts. What's this all of a sudden? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop it. Stop that swinging. She cut straight to the point. The request was frank. I didn't understand it for a moment. I already stopped swinging to listen to her, didn't I? Just stopped, didn't I? That's not what I mean. I want today to be the last day you swing that bat. I'm sorry. It took some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? It's none of your business, is it? Not bothering anyone, am I? You are. Mion said it flatly out. Didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating. When did I bother anybody?
えーっ
Um, Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made her mind and spoke. So she started as she said it, because Kei-chan, that's someone else's bat. You shouldn't borrow it without permission.
転校した生徒
Was left behind by a student who transferred, right?
本人が取りに来る
Just
まで
borrowing
待
it
ってる
till
だけ
he
だよ
comes back for it.
え
Huh?
あ
Ah. Yeah, he
まあね。
transferred.
転校したし
Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a
で
lie.
も変わって
It's
るよ
strange, isn't it?
な兄貴だけ転校なんだろ
For the older brother to transfer by himself,
妹は転校
while
しなか
his
ったんだ
little
ろ
sister stayed behind. Mion couldn't hide her reaction as more words shook her up. Kei-chan,
Kei-chan.
you knew?
北条聡
Satoshi Hojo.
聡子の
That
兄
was
貴
older brother, right?
去年鬼隠
Warned
しに
them
なって消え
demoned
た
away last year. Unable to respond to Mion, fell
レナに
silent.
も言われた
Rena asked the same
なん
thing.
で素振りを
Why
始
did
め
you
たの
start
か
swinging
っ
the
てな
bat?
サトシもやってたんだ
She
って
told me
な
that Satoshi did the same thing, practicing his
それも
swings, right
失
before
踪
he
の
went
直前
missing.
これってさ
So, is this some kind of
親父
omen
の
for
様の
Urshiya
係に
Sama's
合う前
curse?
兆ってわけなのか
Shh. Mion panicked and looked around.
頼むよケイちゃん
Please, Kei-chan, don't mention
親
Urshiya
父がその
Sama so
話はおかつに
recklessly.
しない私はそんなに信
I
じて
don't
ない
believe
から
in
いい
him,
けど
but
さ
others very much do.
レナなんかやばいく
Rena
らいね
especially.
やばいくらいに
Dangerously so?
とにかく
Anyway,
みんな怖がってる
you're scaring everyone.
もしもこれが
If you're
悪ふ
just
ざけ
fooling
ならや
around,
めな
then stop
サト
it.
シの真似は絶対
You
にや
have
め
to
て
stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up the bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. Would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own
先に
decisions.
言っとく
I'll say this now.
俺はサトシの
I
こ
don't
と
know
は
anything
何
about
にしたかみ
Satoshi.
んなが隠してた
After you didn't tell me anything about him.
か
Well,
隠してたってわけ
it
じゃ
didn't
ん
mean to hide
毎
it.
年起こる事
You were
件
hiding the incidents that happen every year,
隠してたの
weren't you?
それ
Ah,
は
that's because you didn't want to,
怖がらせたく
you
な
didn't
かっ
want
た
to
って
scare me.
それが理由で
That's your reason
俺
for
だけ
leaving
の
me
けもん
out.
かよ
いやそんな
No,
つも
we
りじゃ
didn't mean
ミ
to.
オンに直に
Mion asked you
この現場
directly
に
if
事件
something
がなか
happened
っ
at
た
the
か
dam,
って聞い
didn't
たら
I?
ミオンはないって
And
言っ
you
たじゃ
told
ない
me
か
nothing
バラバラ
happened.
殺人があった
When
の
someone
よ
was deserted and
嘘つき
murdered,
野郎
you lied to me.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
嘘
I
って
didn't
わ
mean
け
to
じゃ
lie to you.
仲間ってのは
Friends don't
隠し事なん
hide
か
things from each
出
other,
すだ
right?
ろ
Oh, don't go there. You're gonna lose this
そう
argument.
だろ
Isn't that right?
さあお前らは
Then
仲
you
間
all
じゃ
aren't
な
my
い
friends.
け
Oof.
ケイ
Hey,
ちゃん
Chan, we. Mion looked helpless and
そん
flustered.
なのって
Was imagining the tears in her eyes. I never could have imagined Mion
Ah,
acting like this.
それに
Oh, by the way,
先日の
those
見舞い
get
のお
well
はぎ
mochi you bought the other
あれ
day,
う
they were
まかった
good.
ぜ
I thought
血
I
が
was
出
going
るか
to
と思
bleed.
ってやったのはどっちだ
Who did
お
it?
前か
You
レナか
or Rena?
私
Me. Jimmy did it so easily. Couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was.
死ぬかもしれなかった
Killed me.
仲間にあんな
How could you
真
do
似
that to a
するのかよ
friend?
そ
But it was just a little prank.
ちょっとしたいた
Mion
ず
gave
ら
me
じ
a
ゃん
wry smile mixed with confusion, causing me even more anger to well up inside me.
あれがいたずらです
Think that was a prank? Grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. Yeah, I still have a feeling they're talking about two different things. I swallowed that and it lodged in my throat. What did she think would happen? Mion's face rose as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't Mion Tsunaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. Just leave me alone for a while.
いいな
Got it? Mion wasn't
俺
replying
を消
anymore.
そうとしても
Won't be easy
簡
to
単にはい
erase
かない
me,
から
you know.
お前らは最
The
初から
cops have
警察
been
に
on
疑
you
われて
from
ん
the
だ
start.
サトシを消
Ah!
せたように簡単
Don't
に
think
消
you
せ
can
る
make me
と
disappear
思うな
like you
よ
did Satoshi. It said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents too. I also knew you spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. Don't think you can hide it from me. Got that? How? How do you know? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face.
ことまで
That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for the school. It was time for the morning
行こ
homeroom.
うぜ
Let's
委
go.
員長がいないと
Class
まずいだろ
representative needs to be there,
Huh?
right? Moment, for the first time, Maria's Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You're so mean, Kei-chan. Me. Wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel
俺
guilty.
行くぞ
I'm
ホーム
going.
ルーム遅れる
Don't
な
be late to homeroom. Left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head to the entrance. I had no idea how troubled I was It was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as if she was speaking to herself.
そっか。
So that's how it is.
Eh?
Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. But it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her.
ケイちゃんに
It was that bastard
全部バラ
who
した
leaked it
の。
all to Kate-chan.
あの
She
野
balled
郎
up
か
her fist and her tears continued to rain down. She glared at the spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. Chill ran down my spine from the demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from
あ
Rena's.
の時
I should have killed him back
こ
then.
ことして停
Forgot
電だ
the
から
mercy I showed him just because
容赦してやっ
he
た恩を
was
忘
going
れ
to
やが
retire
って
this year. Retiring this year. She talked about Oishi-san.
くしょう
Damn it. Damn it.
くしょう
Going to
絶対
kill that
殺
damn
して
old
や
man.
る
Ugh. Felt like the air itself had become distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral. Bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd known nor experienced such a visage. Rise! Attention! Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Whereas Satoko no Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today felt oddly refreshing. The bell rang soundly, the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. It would cause a lot of unpleasant memories. If they asked me to join into the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today, the tiring possibility that the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside me, far beneath, in the recesses of my heart, achingly I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. Cycle, you say? I couldn't tell how the ending would be. Where it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere mixed in their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi-san were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply hadn't been able to realize it yet. Tomitake, Tomitake, Tomitake. I cannot remember it. Tomitake, Tomitake. I will remember. I always remember he's on T. His name was on T, but I cannot remember. Alright, Tomitake. When I did, I realized, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at the feet, I saw Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. Wee. There was still much of the summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. I had to try to listen for what it was desperately trying to tell me. At the very moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who'd brought them their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. Sound of footstep was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending the chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In this place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all my senses. Was just barely able to hold back the creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back much for long. But at this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to restrain my composure. Rena, I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. Hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. I could I get them to pass by me? No. If I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell I had hid myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me was it Rena, just like yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her, and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted my grip of the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening at me. What could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. My imagination hand led me astray. It was Rena. What is she holding? There was a bit of a relief as I realized it was someone I knew. The feeling left me in an instant. It wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. In her hand was a hatchet. I hid myself behind the tree once again, and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? Ah, I think this is coming through as well, but the sides still have a bit of color. Let me quick save, quick load. No, it's still here. One moment. I'll quit game. Ba 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 ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Let's continue and go for a quick load. Should be this one. Nope, still here. Weird. The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball practicing my swing, there were tons of excuses for the carrying a bat. But for the hatchet, there was no excuse for that. A hatchet just like that?
ケイチくん、
Keiichi-kun,
かくれんぼか
are
な
you playing hide and seek? I wonder. My heart was pounding. Hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure had I been able to hold on was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was
レ
here.
ナを驚か
Are
せ
you
よ
trying
うと
to
したの
scare me?
か
I
な
wonder.
かな
I decided that I would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rena to come closer. Seems like because the CG was in the back, somehow it bleeded to the sides. Oh well. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree.
ケイチくん
I found you, Keiichi-kun. Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Ah, not good. In the pit of my stomach, some kind of viscous, hot and cold substance began spreading around. If I'd allowed it, that substance would slip out my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all my organs in my body. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this time rate. Strike back. Don't lose.
何の用だよ
What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. But Rena didn't flinch one
ケ
bit.
イチ君と同じ
Just the same as Keiichi-kun.
帰り道だよ
I'm heading home.
じゃあそのナタは
Then
何
what
だ
about the
よ
hatchet?
じゃあケイチ
Then
君
what
は
about the
そのバッ
bat
トは
you're
何なの
holding?
かな
俺は
I'm
それで
practicing my swing.
じゃあレナは
Then I'm
宝探し
treasure
だよ
hunting. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting?
ダム現場の
At the
宝
treasure
の
mountain
中
near
に
the
ね
dam side,
また
I
新
found
し
a
い
new
貝を見
cute
つけたよ
thing.
だからね
So I
そ
needed
れを
to,
発
this
掘
to
する
dig it out.
信じるかよ
How
そん
could
な
I
の
believe
信
that?
じないよ
You
ね
wouldn't believe it, would you? That is not the right laugh, but okay. Rena's laugh was obviously very strange. Seen Rena's transformation many times before, but this one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone, the shrewd glint in her eyes. This wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious.
待ってよケイチ
Wait,
君
Keiichi-kun. Rena didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close, would scurry away and turn back towards her, the cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape.
ついてくる
Don't
なよ
follow me.
それはできな
I
い
can't
そう
do
だね
that.
レナのうち
My
は
house
こ
is
っちだ
this
もん
way, after all. I can just imagine the people around the road looking like, what are the kids doing today? Younguns. When I met with Renas on the road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? On the way home, for Rena and me was the same. That's fine. I just changed my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned into a side street I'd never been down and knew little about. That is just about the dumbest thing you can do. You don't know the city. If she's actually trying to kill you, she knows it. You don't know that isn't a dead end. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spitting out of my mouth. Why are you following me? Tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun.
ケイチ君も
Keiichi-kun wants to talk
レ
to
ナ
Rena
と
too,
話したいん
doesn't
じゃない
he?
かな
Doesn't he?
俺は何も
I don't want to
話したい
talk
ことなん
about
かない
anything with you.
嘘だよね
That's a lie, isn't it?
相談したい
There's
こと
something you want to ask me about, isn't there?
ない
Not at
レ
all.
ナと話す
I
こと
have
なんか
nothing to talk to you about.
嘘だよね
That's a lie, isn't it?
嘘じゃないよ
Not a lie. And here it comes. Lies. Then a scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace.
お話ししようよ
Let's talk,
お
Keiichi-kun.
話
Talk. Talk. Why was I running down the unfamiliar deserted street?
ケイチ君には
Doesn't Keiichi-kun have something he's worried about?
ないよ
No, nothing at all. I'm not worried about anything. Lies! Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any farther away?
わかるよ
I know.
レナはわ
I really do know.
怖いんだよね
You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun?
怖くなんかない
I'm not scared, said the most obviously scared person around. Also, I love doing the laugh.
何も怖い
I'm not scared of any lies. My breathing grew heavy, and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat.
レナだけは
I'll
そうだね
listen.
今度こそ乗って
This time I'll listen. Had no idea what she was talking about, or what exactly she wanted to do. What could be the non-crazy explanation here? What could be the Keiichi's paranoid explanation here? It would be that Rena was legitimately trying to talk to him, to explain everything to him, even though it was a taboo. But she brought the axe because she's actually scared of him and his bat from yesterday. This time I'll listen. It will be different with this time with Satoshi-kun. When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did, when I was still advancing, couldn't afford to stop. Satoshi-kun was worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time. But I didn't listen. It was so sad. Where did the street connect to? All the twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe this was even remotely in direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out of the window. I really regretted it when Satoshi-kun transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred out. I would really regretted that. The road led me deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting further away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about that. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm. So you see, I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again. Damn it! What does transfer even mean? I think it means literally transfer. I think Satoshi was struggling with the village because their parents were seen as village traitors and were like, and he as a son was probably pressured by the village and he literally just transferred away. I don't remember exactly what Oishi said about Satoshi, to be honest. Just that he fit the narrative of Demon Away, which, as far as I know, could just mean move away the same. So, I think it's literally just that. We'll see. I won't lose. I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. Come on, Keiichi-kun, talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Keiichi-kun. I'm your ally. I started wheezing out of breath. My lungs were so hot. It felt like they were going to explode at my heart. And my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swimming. Probably. I couldn't even afford to scoff at the stupid fart. If Keiichi-kun doesn't have anything to worry about, he'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time we'll team up and beat Mii-chan. Yeah, how much fun that would be. Rena couldn't even imagine how much I had wished I could turn back the clock on those past few days. Just talk. Just talk it out. I refuse to believe in the supernatural. I say. As that is pretty much more or less the opposite conclusion I came to in the other game. But I refuse! You could be nice to me again, too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could just go right now. Let's go to the dam site together. I'll show you the cute thing I first found. I'm sure you'll like it too. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and fluttered. Hot on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. No matter, not without knowing anything. Not yet. The momentary lapse was all it took. Of course, the thing that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and crumbled towards the ground. Tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was cool and composed. That she could have frozen the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense it if her heart was beating. Are you afraid of something, I wonder? It's not like you to tremble, Keiichi-kun. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, the mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of a thousand-armed Buddha. Then, as both her arms met above her head, the hatchet she held came into focus. I stared up in disbelief. It was all I could do. Tell me, what happened to Satoshi? Rena stayed like that, with the hatchet raised above her head, then solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing farewell to a friend who was never to see again. The cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you, Satoshi-kun transferred out. Enough of that transfer crap. It means demon away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Oh. Now tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Was it you? Mion? Someone else in the village? Answer me! Again frantic, the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintained the smile frozen on her face. I have no idea what Keiichi's talking about. Then I'll say it in the way you do. Who is the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths? You seem to be confused, Keiichi-kun. What? There's no human perpetrator. Everything is by Oyashiro-sama's will. Is Oyashiro-sama's curse just superstition? You believe in that too? It's not about believing or not. Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. Beatrice exists. Ooh, ooh. Rena's gaze grew even more gelid. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's just no way that someone like Oyashiro-sama could exist. You don't believe? Is it in Oyashiro-sama? There's no way I could believe it. There's no way it could exist. It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Keiichi-kun should have felt it personally. I never felt something like that. Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologize to you before? Constantly on top of that? All the noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice sounded loudly and terribly. You see, until you forgive them, they'll always be with you. At school, at home, at your bedside. I couldn't understand what Rena was saying. It came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamizawa. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena saying? Has Oyashiro-sama came to you as well, Keiichi-kun? Probably the only one who you can confide in. Won't let you transfer out, okay? Rena's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I had heard about what I had heard about when I asked about Rena.
他言無用でお願いします。
Please keep this confidential.
また内容には
Also, part of this may be speculation.
全てが真実で
Not
は
of
ない
all
か
of
も
this
しれ
may
な
be
い。
true.
よろしいですね。
Are you still interested? Oyu-san began to speak. Neither victims nor the school filed a complaint, so there's no preliminary report. Basically, the police hadn't intervened in this matter, so all the details are just what I heard from those involved.
つまり 信憑性が高くない。
Basically, the police hadn't intervened in this matter, so all the details are just what I heard from those involved, meaning it's not that
被
credible.
害者って言いま
He
した
said they were victims.
レナは
Did Rena just break all the windows?
いえ
No.
男子生徒が
Rena
3
Ryuga
人と
attacked 3
金
boys
属バット
using a metal
2
bat.
人はあざで
Two of
済みました
them
が
made it out with only
一人は
bruises.
片目に
The other one
空
had
襲
been
の
injured
故
so
障
badly
で
that one of his eyes were permanently
そ
damaged.
れって
Wouldn't that be considered
将来
assault?
警察は逮捕と
Should
か
the
しないん
police
です
have
か
arrested her?
どういうわけか
For whatever
被害
reason,
者
the
は
victim
告
never
発し
pressed
警察に
charges.
届け出が
There was
ない
no reports of the police, so they were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally, there would be a criminal investigation. Why didn't they press
被害者の男子
charges?
生徒3
Tried
人にも
asking the
それぞ
three
れ
male
話を
victims
聞
from
こ
the
うとし
sides
ましたが
of the story, but they
全員
all were
こう言
reluctant.
ってはなんです
It's
が
hard to say, but they were all for afraid,
彼女が転校した
even after she
今
got transferred
大石
schools.
さん
Oishi-san,
話を最
would
初
you
から整
summarize
理
it
して
starting
話して
from the
くれません
beginning?
か
When I hit people, well, she broke windows. Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? Sounds similar, but the meaning was drastically different.
某月某日
An undisclosed
リュ
date.
ウレナは
Mary
親しい
Yugo
男
was
子生徒
conversing with
3
three
人
male
と
students,
一緒に
close
プー
friends
ル倉
of
庫の
hers,
あたりで
near the
話を
pool storage
そ
shed.
の3人って
Who were those
個
three?
人名は伏せ
Can't
ません
reveal their names, but they were close to Rena Yugo. It seemed they were a group of friends. She was the lone girl of their group. So it wasn't that strange that the four of them were together.
それで
So what happened? I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the three of them down one after the other. Alright. Keep on theorizing me. Keep going down your own biased theory. Okay. They tried to assault her. She fought back. She's now scared of men. She thought she could trust in Keiichi-kun. And her terrible feeling of betrayal will now lead to terrible things.
え
What? There was no witnesses. This is an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and the three male students were at the pool storage shed, talking together. They weren't seeking help. Rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At the time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the three of them couldn't comprehend what was happening. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked the friends one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their head, she made her way towards the school building. Then she broke the glass windows one after another. A few minutes later, teacher appeared on the scene and subdued her.
レナに起こった
What was
変
the
化って
change
いう
Ren
のですか
underwent?
3人の証言
What matches up with the statement was
突然
what
人が
from the three was a sudden
降臨
change.
したという
The point that there was a transformation.
豹変
Transformation. Also couldn't recall Rena's transformation. Seen the change many times before, was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but feel it was someone else who looked like Rena.
その表変っていうの
That
は
transformation.
たび
Talked
たびあっ
about.
た
Had it
ことな
happened
いです
before?
そういうのは
No,
全
there
く
was
なかった
nothing like that.
私も調べ
As
ら
far
れ
as I
る
could
限り
find out,
彼女の
in her medical history
病歴
and
等を
past,
組
there
みま
was
したが
nothing like that.
その
Um,
レナみたいに
does
突
this
然人が変わる
off
現
happen
象って
often? Where people change suddenly like Rena did?
もちろんあり
Of
ま
course
す
it does.
精神的な
There
も
are
のから
plenty of
生活
psychological
的なもの
phenomena
までたく
that
さんある
could cause something like this.
では
Then you
レナに
saying
は潜
there
在
was a
的に
moment element in Rena that caused her transformation?
断言はでき
I
ま
cannot say that for certain.
せんですが
According to the statements of the friends, it's hard to believe that there was
とても彼女にそう
that
いう
she
要
had
素
such
が
a
ある
side to
ように
her.
は思いません
Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in a school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believe that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena even now.
そして
Then,
どうなったんで
what
すか
happened after that?
学校の正面
There was a
の病院
hospital
でした
right
ので
across the school,
三人はすぐ
so
に
the
病
three
院
of
に
them
連
were
れ込まれ
carried in
手当て
and treated
レ
quickly.
ナは
What about Rena?
警察は
What about the
どう
police?
して
Why wasn't there a criminal investigation?
警察は呼ばれなければ
You see, the
関与は
police
できま
can't
せ
get
んから
involved
ね
unless they're called.
一人は後遺症を
Even though
残すくらい大怪我したんじゃないん
One
で
was
すか？
badly injured with a permanent
どう
damage.
して訴えないんです
Why
か？
didn't they file charges?
私もそこ
That
は引っ
what
かか
caught
り
my
ました
attention as well.
何かの
Either
圧
some threat or pressure
も
was
しくは
placed on them,
それとも
or they had a
訴え
reason
た
they
くても
couldn't
訴
file
えられない
charges,
理由が
even if they wanted to.
もちろん大石さんのことですから調べたんですよね。
We are talking about you after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you?
ねえま
Well, yeah.
あですが
But I told you at the beginning, didn't I?
被害者たちの
That the
口が
victims
と
were
にかく
all very
多い
reluctant to talk.
触れたがらない
They
という
didn't
か
want to touch
関わ
on
り
the
たく
matter.
ないという
Rather, they didn't want to be involved. Reluctant to talk, didn't want to touch it, didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here in Urishiya-sama's curse.
学校の先生
Did the
とかから
teachers at the school tell you anything?
学校は
A school is hallowed
隠
ground.
蔽体質
You
とでも言いますか
could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps.
私も捜査令状を取ってませんから
Didn't have a
そうです
search
よね
warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you
じゃ
see.
あ
Then
学校
there
側
was
は
no
こ
comment
のコメ
from
ント
the school?
いえ
No.
事件のそ
They
の
denied the
自体
incident
を
even
否定し
happened.
ですが某日
It's just
間違いなく病院
three
に
male
3
students
人
were
の
carried
男子生徒
in
が打撲で担ぎ
for
込まれ
blunt
たのは
force
事
trauma
実
that
病院
day.
にその記録は
That's
残って
all there was in the hospital
被害
records.
者は語らず
The victims didn't speak, the
学校
school
は否
denied
定
it
する
happened.
何もわからない
Then
じゃないですか。
you don't know anything at all.
ね
Yeah,
その事件が
I know
あったという
nothing other than the
事実以上
incident
のこと
itself
は
had taken
何もわかり
place.
ません被害者たちも
The
この事
victims
件が
also
公に
wished
な
that
る
the
ことを望
incident
んでいません
would be kept from the public.
私と
So
前橋
you and I
私たち二人
both
が
forget
忘れ
about
れ
it,
ば
my Bera-san, then this
事件
incident
そ
will
の
probably
まま
just fade
消
away.
えるでしょうな
For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by rolling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with.
その後
After that, she was suspended by the school.
そしてその間
And during that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling.
その医者からは
Did you hear anything from the doctor? Again, they were very professional in regards to their ethics. Good, they should be. Or at the very least, tight-lipped.
警察手帳を見せてもダ
Nothing
メなんで
even
すか？
when you show them your badge was told to get a warrant. Badge itself has no legal binding authority after all.
じゃあ
Then how did you know that Rena confessed that it was Ushio-sama who did it? There was a nurse I asked at the department. She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge.
なんと
Then what did she say? Turns out the nurse had heard everything. Apparently, all she remembered was what she overheard from inside the room. The nurse said that at the time Rena Ryuga was very calm and mild-mannered. It was more like she was confessing her sins at church and counseling session. Spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session with just the doctor and Rena for a
例の
while.
親
The
代
party
様の
of
話は
Shio-sama, when did it pop
途
up?
中です
Partway through.
その名前を突
He
然
screamed the name suddenly.
だから看護
That
師さんも
started the news, and that's why she started listening in. So Shio-sama! Rena suddenly shouted that. Had no idea what was said before that, so had no idea the meaning behind those words could have been. Yeah, and neither should Oishi? So the fact that he told you she blamed Oyashiro-sama for all of this seemed like he's biasing his own investigation and telling you his bias. The doctor calmly and collectedly asked Rena to have a seat.
その親代様というのは
What is this Oyashiro-sama you speak of? Gently, ever so gently. A fundamental part of counseling is to be a good patient listener. Whoever abandoned Shimanizawa will be hunted down by Oyashiro-sama. And it finally got to me. That's the town you lived in before you moved. Isn't it that right, Ryuga-san? I didn't want to move, but because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to. But Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it. Ryuga-sama must have lots of friends in Shimanizawa. Even now, you must be missing them dearly. Don't you think? I want to go back to Hinamizawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back. I should have gotten back much sooner, but now it's too late. Oshima-sama has come. Oshima-sama is the name of the god of Hinomizawa, isn't that right? Everyone knows it's Hinomizawa's guardian deity, and if you even try to abandon Hinomizawa by leaving, you'll incur its wrath. You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Then it was just now that his god has arrived? Is that what you're saying? You might not believe me, but Oshia-sama exists! Ooh, ooh. That nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered.
親代様が
That it was Oshio-sama's doing, right? I do believe there is that kind of superstition in Hinomizawa. That if you leave the village, then you incur Oshio-sama's wrath. You should be familiar with this part, Maibara-san. And you very well that those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters and leading advocates for the dam were cursed to their death. This was the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village.
初耳です
This is my first time hearing it.
村の外敵が
I
叩かれ
understand
るのを聞き
outsiders,
ますが
outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who
普
leave?
通出ていく者はたたられないものじゃ
Normally,
ないで
people
すか
who leave villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that people who come in and are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from the thunder. Curses weren't something that to chase after people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again. Well, I told you long ago that Hinamizawa was called Onikakushi, didn't I? I recall hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of demons. The village at the foot of the mountain worshipped the demons. So Onikakushi was hollow ground that you could never enter. It came to be said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oshio-sama. Those who set foot in Onikakushi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. I understand
そ
that.
れはわかります
I know that.
でも
But for leaving to is also not be good. That's also demons you see. They're being strictly watched by Oshio-sama, so they would not enter our world. In other words, Oshio-sama probably restricted interaction between Onikakushi and the rest of the world. I see. Finally understood what sort of thing Oshio-sama was.
つまり
So basically, Oshio-sama is more like a warden, a protector deity, I
こ
guess.
の地を
Trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world. I guess that's how it would seem. I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself. This is mostly what passed on to me from my mother. I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinomizawa would be cursed. Those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So because Rena originally lived in Hinomizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed. So that means because Rena moved away against its wishes, she would be cursed by Oshio-sama. Is that what it adds up to? In short, that seems to be the point again, too, I guess. But of fact, soon afterwards they did move back to Hinamizawa after all. Those who abandoned Hinamizawa were left were cursed. But then, why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression for moving away and having been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, that'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on a day of the Watagashi. I didn't like saying at most though. Well, anyways, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if it was Oshio-sama's curse, it doesn't explain Rena beating her classmates with a metal bat. Or why the victims wouldn't press charges. You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed the terrible curse had befallen them, do you? Of course I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I just realized something else. It was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oshio-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oshio-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had become infatuated with metal bats right before he disappeared, just like me. And Rena as well. She was affected by Oshio-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon she used at the time of the horrendous act was again a metal bat. Finally me. He counted various things that were inexplicably, and now was holding onto a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. But the same thing happened to Rena. There was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case, being Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rena was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse. They were met with different endings. And finally me. I couldn't call it coincidence anymore. Rena, Satoshi, and finally me. Could it be that I was really under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? More importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. I just wanted to say, the fact that this Oishi conversation apparently happened yesterday, but we're just seeing it, is a bit bullshit. And also, if the pattern holds that one person dies and one gets demoned away each year, first, it's not the Watanagashi anymore, so shouldn't happen to the main character today. Anyway, second, one person was already demoned away, that being the nurse. Was it Mio? I know Mion is one of the main ones, but I remember her name being similar. Maybe it was just Mio. Oh well. So the main character, even if he believes in this stuff, Anna is inconsistent about believing it. Which, to be fair, with his panic, should be probably understandable. Rao was fine. Rao had undergone a change. She only believed that there was something that weren't residing within her. And here right now, it is standing before me. Rena, please tell me. What will happen to me? Rena stood imposingly, not answering. Though she disappeared, Rena didn't disappear. So what will happen to me? I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling. Don't worry. I'll save you. Rena took one step forward, still holding the hatchet high above her head. Now then. One step closer, Rena's face spread out to fill my vision. Speak. One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine, but still pushing closer. There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll save you, okay? Is your plan to break the bat with the hatchet? And of course, it's probably gonna go terribly wrong. Speak, okay? Speak, okay? I thumbed down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get away from Rena. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laugh end, because when the laugh ended, the moment I picked up the feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet as fast as I could, pushed Rena away with both hands. Rena was light as a feather, thrown away by my unbalanced weight of the hatchet. She was sent backwards, as if she had been carried by the wind. After confirming that out of a corner eye, I dashed off at full speed. It was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding onto the bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. Couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon such an important time. I spun even further down the winding path. Didn't even feel myself grasping for breath of my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I couldn't hear the laughter of the simulacrum of Brenna coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head and slowly chiseling away at my sanity. The grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment, was bewildered by the scenario I knew but couldn't quite remember. Quickly realized this was the damn site. The fact that I dashed madly ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling. Like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. There was a terrible spot for someone on the run. But there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles of my leg were screaming, but I didn't care. I stopped here, where they might not be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. Brief a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang alarms once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both were rough-looking clothes, empty-handed. They definitely gave the impression that they weren't just out for a walk. But this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. More than anything else, those eyes. We weren't chit-chatting while walking. We were both silent, heading forwards, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had I finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, then I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried, Rena would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run. Saying that the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as they knew exactly what I was thinking. So inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. Made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else. But right now, I realized I was just blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story of Hiroshiyo's son told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated to the back of my mind. I could tell why they were both coming after me, without even turning around because of their frantic footsteps. I was frightened, being unable to shake Rena off. As slowly closed in on me, but this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now, it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also their distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Keiichi, my bearer. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly, the frozen world realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less than the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. Top of me, and then? Don't think about that, Keiichi. First realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. In fact, that you can get away was a given. Then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or go with the left. You just need to decide which one. He's gonna hit them. Let's go with the left. The moment I decide that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right. Left. Swung the bat in a wide arc. My arms, using the inertia, stopped and suddenly spun. No. What? The two of them were clearly startled, momentarily losing sight of me, both of their outstretched arms ready to grab me, to grasp empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him for being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been. Faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I hadn't even needed to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like I had enough power behind to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and ready to face me. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk. they were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want with me? Next one is going to be right in your face, you bastard. It's fine if it's just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out either side of me, unbelievably calm expressions on their face. One of them would grab onto my bat, the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured for every pore in my body. Then I just had to settle in with my first move. I'll step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to one man, the right had already been knocked down before. I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed man to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arms, the bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it would be possible the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. Looked like he was aware of this. He pushed through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. No good. With this distance, the position in this state, there's no way for me to dodge it. The wood flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll, and landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up quickly as I could, the moment the other men already barreled towards me. Being able to comprehend the calamity that I simply couldn't dodge, it all made it more upsetting. The plowing into my stomach full force, once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by immense strength. Couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled, but that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened, and a silent whining noise began to play inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. I am unable to shake this arm off me. I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with a phrase like that adequately describing my situation. Higurashi when they cry. Oh, is this the end of the chapter? Oh, we're in for another 2 hours, aren't we? A familiar ceiling. The smell of bed and pillows, I knew them well. This is my room? Normally, there wouldn't be anyone in the room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did, the pain shot through my entire body. Feeling alright? I think you'd better just lie down for a bit. Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my caterpillars. Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way. I relaxed, thinking this version of Rena was safe. Why am I? Don't you remember? For losing consciousness, nothing at all. The body had become more lethargic than I could have imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my mind, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. Alright, I had to ask it. Did Rena chop up the people that attacked us? Call the doctor. He should be here soon. Think you'd better just lie down until then. Wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring.
俺
Why am I here?
確か
I'm sure I was at the dam site. That's what I wanted to know. What happened? When I got there, Keiichi was already passed out.
聞きたいのは
That's
俺の方
why
だ
that's why I'm the one who wants to
変な
know.
二人組
Was
を
attacked by
触
two
れて
weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Calling that memory in terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. But Rena was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance when I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to
よ
health.
く俺を引きずって
Amazing,
ここ
could
まで
drag
来
me
れ
all
た
the way back here.
重かったろ
Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help?
ケイチ君
Don't you remember
覚えて
Keiichi-kun?
ないの
Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile. Only propped you up on my shoulder. You said you could walk on your own, and you were fine. Don't remember? Don't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point when I left
二人
consciousness.
組はど
What
うした
about those two?
レナ
Huh?
が来た時
When you got there, Rena,
What
the
about
ones with me,
あ
rather
るいは
the
そばに
guys.
いなかったよ
There wasn't anyone. Said it bluntly. The way she said it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at the time. Might have been able to force some answers to Rena, but if I did that, then this kind of Rena might transform into the scared Rena who I know. Feeling that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, then I don't think Rena would have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Mel was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly, yet felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something akin to a shadow slowly creep across her face. The small omen and shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I need to make contact. I need to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should
トイ
sleep.
レに行きたいんだけどな
I'd like to go to the bathroom though. Sorry. Rena couldn't say anything else. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone to see her in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang ding dong. It must have been the doctor Rena had called. It was strange for the patient to receive the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with a simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. Mion?
あれ
Oh, you look just fine.
倒れてたって
I
言う
heard
か
you
ら
collapse,
様子
so I
見に来た
came
ん
to
だけ
check
ど
up on you.
なんで
How did you know I
俺倒れ
collapsed?
レナが電話して
I
き
heard
た
from
から
Rena over the phone.
他に理由が
Do I
必
need
要
any reason other than that? I understood why I should call a doctor. Why Mion too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me.
レナ
Rena,
ケイちゃん
doesn't
大丈
Kei-chan
夫
look
そうだ
pretty
よ
pretty alright?
ったく心配
Geez,
し
you
て
made me
損
worry
でし
about
た
for nothing.
そうだね
That's true.
レナも心
Maybe
配
I
して
worried
損
for
した
nothing
か
as
な
well. They both began laughing. There appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them.
うわ
Whoa, what's with the shoe rack?
どうしてたの
How did it get like that? The shoe rack that I'd smashed to pieces had been like that since yesterday. Well, you see.
その表紙に持って
The
た
I
か
was
った
holding
の
at
書い
times
てあった
slammed
んだ
into
よ
it.
持ち慣れないもん
This is what happens when you figure out something you're not used to handling. I kept the fact that I was the one, none of her business to myself.
でもこれじゃ
But leaving it like this
おば
will
さまたち
really
が
startle
帰
your
ってきたら
parents when they get
びっ
home.
くりしちゃうね後でレナが片付けてお
I'll
くね
fix it up for you later.
さあほら
Now,
ケイちゃん
come on,
重
Kei-chan.
病人なんだから
Tell me
ちゃんと
you'll
寝ない
need
と
to
ダメ
rest.
ささお
Come
布団
on,
に
back into
戻
bed,
った
into bed. Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around intently. She flew around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. I was uncomfortable having my own room poked around, but conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During the innocent conversation, Mion had something said something I thought was perfectly ordinary.
レナ
Rena,
監督には電話
did
し
you
た
call the director?
うん
Yep,
みーちゃんに電
right
話し
after
た
I called
後す
Michan.
ぐ来るって言って
He
た
said
よ
we'd right over. Director? That out of word place gave me a bad feeling. Rena called the doctor, then called Mion. And after that she called a director? Who was the director? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly
二人
odd.
とも
What are you
何の
two
話をして
talking about?
監督ってなん
Who's
だ
this
よ
director? Haha,
え
don't you
じゃ
know,
あ知り
Kei-chan?
たいの監督って言
We
った
mean
ら
the
監督だよ
director when we say director. The doctor.
映画の監
Like
督
the
と
director
か
of a movie.
工事現場
Or
の
like a
監
foreman
督
of a construction
とか
site. I dug through all my memories for a director who might have business with me. Only one came to mind. What Renata had just said, the construction site foreman. This was the first victim of the first incident. The dismembered at the damn construction site, the foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him.
お前らが何の
I
話を
don't
してる
understand
の
what
か
you
わから
guys
な
are
い
talking
よ
about.
その監督が
What does the director have
俺
to
と
do
は
with
来る
me?
と言った
You
けど
said he was coming.
う
Did
ち
you
に
mean
来
to
る
my
のか
house? I asked one obvious question after another. But all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There's a huge difference between how two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly I felt discomforted, panic swelling up inside me. I understand what Ren and Mion were talking
ケイちゃん
about. Hey
最
Chan,
近は
you
野
got
球
into
に凝ってる
baseball
んだよ
lately,
ね
haven't you?
監督
Pretty
そ
sure
れ
the
聞い
director
た
will
ら
be
喜
happy to
ぶ
hear
と思
that.
うな
だから
Who's this
監督って
director? Director is the director.
監督さんだよ
He's definitely unconscious and dreaming.
だから
So who is this director? Ren and Mio looked at each other and laughed heartily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. Their laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
そうだ
Oh yeah,
監督が来る前に
we should
済ませ
finish
た
up
の
before
かな
director
ケイ
comes.
ちゃん
Remember,
覚え
don't
て
you,
るかい
Kei-chan? The face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different
覚
story.
えてるって
Remember,
なんだよ
remember what? Kei-chan had
ケイちゃん
forgotten.
忘れち
I
ゃ
wonder.
罰ゲームなんだ
About the
よ
penalty.
罰ゲーム
About the
なんて
penalty.
忘れちゃっ
Did
た
you
のか
really
お
forget?
はぎの
The homework with the
どれ
mochi.
がレナの
The
作った
homework
お
where you
は
were
ぎか
supposed to
当てに
guess
く
which one
だ
Rena
あ
made.
れ
You forgot
確
about
か
the homework,
宿題
didn't
忘
you?
れだったよね
I certainly did have the homework. But I had thrown away the most of the mochi I found with the sewing needle. So I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty for that? Why now? No doubts my question was written all over my face. The answer to my question was the dry laughter. Could no longer make heads or tails of anything. Began to think that this entire day was somehow insane. Strange. Comprehensible. Being chased by Rena. Attacked by strange men. Penalty Mion and Rena were talking about. What were the two laughing at? Didn't take long for me to realize I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who were these two? Who were the doppelgangers of Ren and Mion? Ren had gotten behind me at some point. Why was he spinning my arms behind my back?
何の真似
What
だ
are
よ
you doing?
動かないでね
Don't move.
罰ゲームだ
This is your penalty. My body was already very sluggish, and when I pinned my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. The panic began to swell up, and I realized that this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly mysterious strength would have been impossible for the Ren I knew. Then these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they?
ケイちゃん
Hey
抵
Chan,
抗しちゃダメだ
no
よ
struggling.
快速台
Lab rule number,
男
it
女で
doesn't
もいい
matter
や
which one.
罰ゲームに抵
You
抗しちゃダ
can't
メ
fight
なんだ
against the penalty. Mion, no. That thing that looked like Mion spoke to me, like how Mion would speak. But it was certain that it was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion.
監督が来る前に
Need
済
to
まさない
finish this up before director arrives. Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. Could tell it was just by looking at it, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind couldn't accept it. Needle?
なんだよ
What is that? It was a small syringe. A small, clear syringe. The kind of doctor might use if you went to them with a high fever. Rena held me even tighter. I could hear the cluttering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. The eerie laughter wasn't something that the Rena I knew could produce from her throat. Alright, he's still sick. He's delirious. They're giving him medicine. This thing that was pretending to be Rena, was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding was drawing closer, and the needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times. Don't worry, don't worry. It won't hurt, it won't hurt.
何をする気だよ
What are you planning on doing? What kind of sick joke is this? What are you saying, Kei-chan? You know exactly what's going on, don't you?
何が
But what?
俺には
I
何
don't
が
understand any of this at all. I know you know. No use playing the fool this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense and trying to confuse me. Ice,
富武さんと
You're
同
going
じ
to
目
have-
に遭ってもらう
you're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitake-san. What? The same as Tomitake-san. Didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with the syringe? You're playing dumb, Keiichi-kun. You should have realized by now. Rena whispered into my ears, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? But what? What do you mean, the same as Tomitake-san?
みんな初めは
Everyone thought at first that it
否認
was a
さ
hit
れ
and
た
run.
ですが
That when the officer got closer, checked us alive, he noticed it was a normal situation. His throat was scratched out.
いいえ爪でした
Alright, we've seen this. I can skip this. Tomitake-san had clawed his throat out with his nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen, we thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of the nature was detected. That's right. The police couldn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system.
警察は
The police told me they didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system.
検出できなかったって言ってたぞ
Tom laughed together with a sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. I mean, the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist? If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean that I ended up the same as Tomitake-san. I became hysterical, scratching up my throat in my last moments, then I died. Such an outrageous drug to exist. For Mion to be holding it. And that I was about to be injected with it. That moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. Kind of idiot. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight to his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him?
観念しなって
Let's give up. Alright then. Mion's actions lacked any gravitas. That made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There's no hesitation at all. She was brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. But electricity had run through the back of my head and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of my head and lost my sense of balance, assaulted by a wave of dizziness? I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my turn room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? how many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands on the clock that had stopped moving the entire time. My eyes were closed, that's how little time passed. Really, the air in the room wasn't filled with the madness from before, only a dull silence. When I wasn't there, pinning my arms, and Miel wasn't there, about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it? Was a hallucination? There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. So certain with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for the moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. Aha, I guess the terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion, they wouldn't ever do something so terrible. My head grew cold, hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? There was no reason to cry. Why? For sorrow. Why was I sad? Don't understand. Don't understand. Kind to, kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. The Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared on the walls. The splatter had undoubtedly came from Mion. She had always had the bright smile and was kind to me when they had transferred. Rena. Was Rena slumped at my feet, was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Someone come to save me? Then they beat those two down with the metal bat? I only noticed the weight in my hand. How long had it been there? But Satoshi's metal bat was coated in a deep red. There was no doubt that was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. I was holding the weapon. I was the only person in this house. Looking at the object, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this? That's right. Keiichi Mibara. Of course I did it. Told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, there's so much. The Renan on Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Are they dead? Both of them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Mibara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come now. Once, twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. Chanted that over and over in my head, relaxed. Color came back to my vision and smell rain fused the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. When Mion had attacked me, they were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake. But right before that happened, I fought back. Twisted my whole body and threw Rena as he was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spine and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mio's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. Didn't let the brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Storage bath that was left carelessly by my side of my desk. Whip. The moment everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point. Videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other mean sign me had told me not to look and turned it off the TV. Just because the screen had gone to black, I couldn't see it. Didn't mean the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. TV was just off, the video was still playing. The tape within me creaked along, still playing. The other end of that pitch black screen, horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this, the scene right before my eyes was still difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in these unnatural poses, not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what circumstances they were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was just a justifiable self-defense. Proof was all here. The two of them collapsed here in Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe, filled with some unknown drug, would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident of Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after another. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit the investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of this. Meaning my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in the most basic form. It was all a matter of time. Dr. Rena called should be getting here soon. Was everything to him. I need to contact Oishi-san. At that moment I remembered. Besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine that there was someone deeply involved in the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my head, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Mibara. Not over yet. I needed to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At the moment, felt like I had heard someone's voice from the outside. As people were speaking, must mean there was more than one person. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight, but 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those two might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me that he was in disguise, only passing as a doctor. The guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the door, pretending to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. The moment I saw the car parked behind the men, my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white man. No mistaking it. The white man, the one who tried to run me down? The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. Probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly they'd just break the window and enter. I need to get out of here somehow. Then use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then shoes. Before all of that, there was one thing that I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyoshiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why there was one thing more important than getting out of here right out now. I need to get the clock out quickly, take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it, the tape was sticking on fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. opened the slightly torn note, began writing another passage with the ballpoint pen. Wasn't able to inform Oishi-san. The only thing I could rely on was this note. I'd never thought a piece of torn college ruled notebook paper would be this reliable before. I had no time. Only write what I knew right now. I need to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Ren and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include the directors from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim for the first murder. The very first victim of the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. Brenna and Mion had both called him director. They said director. They wouldn't use the term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I don't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Ishii-san. That's right. They need to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of the string of mysteries. Death that would follow. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please investigate the victim from dismembered incidents. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? It could have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. He may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. All right, there's something even more important I need to write. Take-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right, the drug. It's an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just having this, everything would be uncovered. Couldn't just leave the vital clue lying on the floor. The syringe is proof. Writing that, I stuck the syringe on the back of the clock with plenty of tape. So, I absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly, firmly. Ding dong. The bell rang. They were here. Couldn't write anymore. But even still, there was one last thing I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth of everything I've wrote on this note. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead. So you may not be able to find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. This is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. Folded the note, stuck it back into the back of the clock, returned to the clock back to its usual spot. Couldn't help but pray, Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I'll leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rena and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena? Mion?
俺
I
みんな
really
の
had thought all of us were friends.
本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ
But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores. About if the school I had hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, in standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have no obligations to shed tears for them. but they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life. Even if they were trying to kill me. Everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. I couldn't. Could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap meticulously orchestrated up until now to ensnare me? Could have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends. That couldn't have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, they're nothing fake. There was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to kill me. Or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyoshio-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were best friends ever. And they were coming after me. It wasn't out of their own volition. But they were the kind of people to sell off their friends. They were the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what, no matter, uh, no matter what means they were employed to force them. And there was no way that such a thing as being possessed by Shio-sama could happen in reality. Then, did the real me, Rena and Mion, come after me? Did he just... Okay, he just went, Rena and Mion were my best friends. They would never go after me. Must be Oroshio-sama. But Oroshio-sama doesn't exist, so they must have come after me. What a silly dumb idea. Having beaten down both Ren and Mion, I was still debating if they were real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake, only reality that was before me. Ren and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my own benefit that I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Ren and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. When I'm Mion, I killed them. Alright, I'm sorry, but I really don't have any more time. I did not think this chapter would be this long as well. The last one was about the previous one was about 2 hours. This one is also on track to be at least 2 hours. And I legitimately cannot go on. I have to be somewhere. I swear, if next time I boot this up, there's like 20, 30 minutes more and it's over, I'm gonna be so angry. I mean, I can't imagine it's gonna be over an hour, but still. I apologize greatly, but I guess this is where we're leaving off. Ren and Mion are dead. We murdered them. Possibly. I am still somewhat not sure if after those guys choked the main character, if this is all him unconscious now, dreaming it, so to say, or if all of that actually happened. I assume so. The game hasn't yet seemed to throw, well, fake scenes at me. Only possibly main character imagining stuff. Either way, I am calling it here. Sorry for, well, ending it mid chapter, but it is what it is. Next Saturday, we'll probably finishing the first episode. Sunday, starting with the second one. Not episode. Chapter? Game? Game. Maybe this episode. Oh well. See you all next time.